Radiant team ban. Dire team ban.
Fine, they
improved the flame guard. Yeah.
Well, it looks like
That pesky internet. I mean, we're Australians, right? We all know about dodgy internet. Thankfully, it's not as much the case these days, but still, it's...
Radiant team pick. Dire team.
How can I forget?
Vengeful spirit.
But it has.
Good at basically all stages of the game. He is still a little squishy, right? So you need to pick heroes that provide an intense amount of crowd control to enable him. But he's not going to be picked this time around, and we're not going to be seeing Mizu play that Vengeful Spirit. I think that's the only hero he's actually won on in the past couple of days out of the 5 games, I believe, that they've played. So taking that away. And this is a hero that not just with Galaxy Racer, but...
Radiant team ban.
Bloodseeker.
And even though they've already picked up the Vengeful Spirit, they go the Bloodseeker to counter the pain. It's a bit of a pet peeve of mine. Teams keep letting them.
And it's going to be interesting as well with how they play their support role now too, because it's quite often a position 5, but Pango has also been kind of reversed down to a 5 role as well. So it's, I don't know how much I would like to see a Bane 4. Denog, I don't know about you, but it feels like the hero is best suited for the 5.
Yeah, I think Bane 5 is totally cool. It doesn't scale anywhere near as
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban.
Maybe something like a Monkey King, something that's happy to just, stand there and fight as long as you've got the crowd control for the area, which Pango and Bane do provide you. It also means that you need to make a choice on this Bloodseeker before he picks up the Aghanim Scepter as to, are you going to use the Rupture on the Monkey King and try and kite him out, or are you going to risk having a lot of crowd control with the Pangolier if he's not ruptured up?
I still see quite a lot of. They generally.
Second phase normally.
Baden still.
I feel like when you've got the Bloodseeker, see, it's weird, right? Because if you play the Pangolier as a position 5 in the hard support role these days, which seems a lot more common just because of how good it is in the laning stage, with the Bloodseeker being against you, but Rolling Thunder is basically all you got, right? And if you're able to nullify that with the Rupture, then you feel it's essentially useless. Whereas at least with a position 3, you might have, I don't know, a Maelstrom that you can use to push out waves, or you might have the capability to go into a Lincoln Sphere to be able to counter that Rupture on you. But as a position 5, you're not going to have that level of farm, so it makes things a little bit difficult. The Sven pick was also another one of those ones that I was considering, when you think of the Nightmare into damage combos. But
5 seconds
I was also thinking in terms of team fight, like, is this going to be effective into the Bloodseeker? And not quite so sure.
That's a cool pick, though, from Army Geniuses. The Shadow Demon can combine up with the Bloodseeker if they play it. I still want to see a Shadow Demon 4, which I guess now actually thinking about if that's going to be a Venge Shadow Demon lane, I don't really favor too heavily because I want like a melee to body in front of the Venge. But in regards to
the Venge 5, right?
It could be, but do we like the Venge 5? Like, I feel like this hero is just a 3.
Yeah, I feel that way as well.
Venge Ogre. Yeah, I think that is a
Yeah. So Vengeful Spirit 3, Bloodseeker 1, Shadow Demon
10
4, Ogre
seconds
5.
remaining.
It's still,
10 seconds
it doesn't
remaining.
feel very strong at all for mine here with Galaxy
5
Racer's draft.
seconds
Even though
remaining.
like the first 3 picks I'm all good with, but I don't know what the Ogre Magi is particularly meant to accomplish here. Eventually, when you get the Bloodlust onto the Bloodseeker with his Blood Rage ability and the Aghanim Shard, you know, you can be dealing a ton of damage just the extra lifesteal that you're able to get there. But it takes a while for you to get to that point.
Radiant team banned.
Tide Hunter.
Dire team banned.
Yeah,
team
I suppose. I mean, it's
Radiant
the Tide Hunter
team
feels
banned.
you're not forced to take a team fight. Pangolier is slowly rolling in and allowing them to immediately set up for the rupture. You know, you're going to have a Tide Hunter who might be standing on the front line, tanking up a creep wave, hitting a tower, and then forcing Army Geniuses to try and go on Galaxy Racer
10
instead.
seconds
And then you can
remaining.
look to try and go for the
10
counter initiation. You talked about, Wombat, the
5
potential for the
seconds
Sven to get
remaining.
kited
Dire
around.
team
He's certainly
banned.
been one of
Dire
the
team
cores
banned.
that's aided by the fact that Silver Edge is such
Radiant
a great
team,
item these
Radiant
days.
team.
You know, if the Sentry Vision isn't there, he's going to be able to get in onto the backlines a lot easier and quickly take down some of these heroes with the passive crit coming through as well, also aiding him immensely.
Ten seconds remaining.
Potentially. I mean, I think you could even just
5 seconds
maybe a
remaining.
third item, Blink Dagger on Tide Hunter if you really need it. Early on, I think your role is just to tank up as much soak the initial damage and allow the Pango, the Sven, the Bane to get in position to properly take.
Dire team pick.
Oh, where do they go? Right. The good old Main Dire Conquer. Cannot go wrong with that. There's not a lot. I mean, Void Spirit, Ember left in regards to the Spirit Heroes, but I don't feel like you want to pick the Void into the Bloodseeker. They did it yesterday and didn't really have the greatest
10
game
seconds,
against it.
10
So
seconds remaining.
I think that's what they used to
5
beat
seconds,
SMG
9
yesterday, the
seconds
Mang Dire Conquer as well. So
yes.
he's clearly in form for it. It was against a Tinker, and the mid lane hasn't exactly been revealed yet. You could go for the role play, though. Just run the Tide Hunter into the Conquer for the ultimate battle. So I wonder if they might look to go for something else. I mean, you're against the Shadow Demons, so that immediately takes away a bunch of Alacrity's good heroes, right? And plus the Bloodseeker, right? So Ember Spirit, not viable. Void Spirit, not viable. So I wonder what they could look to go for here. Maybe Invoker or something like that.
Well,
Alacrity's got a pretty good Invoker.
The matchup mid lane's not the greatest.
It's not the greatest, but I feel like what you're able to provide later on and sort of make up for that. You know, you always want to be able to provide a decent amount of control to be able to disrupt Shadow Demon. But like, what does do well against Comet in this situation?
Puck. Choose your hero. Choose.
Good. But I mean, you're still getting hit with a Tide Hunter, right? A Tide Bringer, and you don't have the most armor, so you're still going to be taking a fair amount of harass in lane. That's the main concern for me with this puck.
well, it looks like fight. What was that?
Yeah, but the developer that we don't speak about.
But I think we're gonna go to action.
Bench one.
Exciting.
All right. I like that so much more. Right? Like Shadow Demon plus Bloodseeker, there's some significant kill threat there if Polison's out of place. So
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a pretty difficult lane to get kills in for Army Geniuses. My only issue is, like, I don't know how the Venge is going to fare at position 1 with all they can provide. So I'm intrigued to see on what the itemization is going to be. We've seen some flexibility from Venge come out really recently, and I'm intrigued to see how it's going to fare as a 1 now.
Out very soon.
Thank you very much, Qiu Hua Sports, and we get a treat. Then I'll go. Our game 1, the main Dire, Grandmaster on the Conquer. We've seen how he can perform time and time again on this hero, and then we get also some flexibility coming through. What's your thought process at the moment here with the Vengeful Spirit being played as a 1? Did you like it overall this game?
I mean, I'm not nuts about it, but I mean, the fact that the Aghanim Scepter is so busted, and obviously you're going to get all the farm priority, you're going to be able to take fights super early on. The fact that you can still get experience even after you die is the big, like, what the hell point for mine, you know? Like, if that was given away, I feel like the Venge would actually fair amount, even just a simple change like that. Mizu is here as they run 5 heroes into him, though. He's going to look to skill up.
Your camp?
The anchor smash.
Looks like still Mizu will fall.
Just ignore it, though.
He's got to be careful with the tunnel vision. They set up for a beautiful Storm Hammer, and now it's Army Genius just retreating away, but they're going to double back, clean up Alacrity. Won't give them first blood, however. They've already given up the big old first kill to In Your Dream, and he's going to make it a second as well, but the double completed. Stormhammer back up and available, so they'll turn to kill off DB as they pivot to the Venge. But what is that we have, Deno? We had it in our yesterday game for the Pro Series, and I don't know what it is so far. It's just Southeast Asia action continuing to battle it out.
Was it as much as this, though? I don't think it was this much this early.
Is Wami dead as well? He might be. We got 6 kills.
It won't be the Ultra.
He's 4. Dude, look at the net worth.
Double everyone else. That worth.
Wait,
kind of nutty. And they also saw that the ancient camp was blocked up there, so a little bit too late to use that one. It was UK, could have potentially dropped it in the middle of the team fight and had to go unnoticed with all the action that was going on. But
what do you even buy with 8? He had 800 gold to start the game. Plus 8. What do you even think of buying? I mean, he went belt strength and he's 1, but
I don't hate that. You're going up against a Shadow Demon. You know he's skilled up the Shadow Poison, right? So you want to get maximum value out of it. Enable yourself to man fight very effectively.
That's a great way for us to start this off. So silly indeed. But overall, how do you feel like this mid matchup's going to fare between the Conqueror and the Puck? Does the low armor from Alacrity make it a bit of an issue with the constant spam?
I think it does. I think it means that, well, it's all going to be on how Mamangdaya as a very good at managing his resources, most notably his HP, right? You can't be looking to go into too much in the form of regen. You want to get maximum value out of those bottles coming through. I think this is the type of game where you actually do need UK or runes for you, because against the Puck, you want to be pressuring him as much as possible. Going into the phase boots this time around, but I feel like this could even be a decent bracer game.
That be ours.
Bottom lane, the double melee for Galaxy Racer. So neither of Yokam and Mizu died pre-horn engagement, so they've used a little bit of their resources to keep themselves healthy. But do you feel like this is a lane where Mizu should just free farm, or do they have a way to kind of go through the tanky tide early?
I feel like they've got some kind of ways to do it. I mean, Jokam, he's getting a little bit lucky there with the lucky shot, being able to turn around. But I think unless you punish Tidehunter super early, you're never going to be able to kill. As soon as you start to level up the Kraken Shell further and further, the Ignite loses a lot of its effectiveness in being able to consistently go onto him. Although, maybe he's trying to trade a decent amount here. Got the magic stick as well, so he's got to be careful here about potentially getting baited a little bit too far.
And he might have just done that. Mizu doesn't even have to pop the wand. Clean up the kill, early level in the gush, but more than happy with what they've been able to provide. They do have to be a little bit cautious because the Bloodseeker being up top, but I guess it is a position 3. I want to really utilize it first. It'll still come in handy.
It'll come in handy. I mean, the Sven is always going to be able to out-trade you if you're just looking to right-click. Of course, the Bloodseeker's got that innate survivability, of course, getting the regen when he gets those last hits off. He's actually going for a little bit of a chase here onto Polison. It's not going to result in anything, though, but he still enables him to get the creep pull off. And Shadow is probably one of the better heroes to be able to try and contest this sort of pull. See Wommy here is probably going to lay down the Blood Right very shortly. Make a decision. Nicely done by Dream to make sure that he does catch at least one of those creeps.
They don't have Stormhammer though, so they can't really stick around to contest this as they're starting to stack up the poison. It's only level 1 from Lim. Very close to this extra point, but now they might turn to deal with the Bloodseeker as Wommy kind of got sidetracked and didn't recognize how low he was, so they couldn't combat against the aggression. As Lim will be penalized there, and they're going to look to try and cut off the retreat from Wommy as well. Unfortunately, just a misstep there from the Sven.
Yeah, and I mean, that shows the effectiveness of having that super early magic wand. You're against this Shadow Demon, but only the level 1 poison to deal with. Taking so much damage. Taking a decent amount himself, didn't have the shield crash available. Forced him a decent way back, but he's still fairly healthy on the regen front.
All in all, though, for Galaxy Racer, a great start to the game, fluctuating from a K to 2,000 net worth lead. The side lanes look like they're going relatively well, but mid from the main guy, like we so often see, is going pretty swimmingly. Top of the last hits with 37 and 5, and we'll see if he can continue making his own stacks as well with the Torrent.
A lot of them have been due to the small camp though, so not worth quite as much, similar to Alacrity here. Like Mangdai might even go to try and steal it away, get a little bit of that extra net worth for himself. Do just that. I mean, the pup getting the 3 is, yeah, the early skirmish still puts him ahead of the Kunkka. Big benefit right now for Army Geniuses is the fact that they place down these sentry wards in the triangle and they still have not been dealt with. So you're not going to be able to get any stacks up for the Tidehunter or the Sven super early on.
Which is a big issue because they are definitely heroes that very much rely on having stacks and just transition this into a stage where they can be unkillable for the Tide, or just an extra item advantage for the Sven where he can just run rampant with his farming mechanic. But do you still feel like you were bringing up the Aghanim Scepter earlier for DB and how it's just a crazy item, of course, on the Vengeful Spirit? What do you feel like his item progression is going to be this game in the position 1 role?
I think it's going to be exactly the same as the position 3. It just feels more natural, of course, to want to give that position 1, that hard carry, to be a little greedier. So, while position 3s might get baited into joining team fights, DB, that's not going to be the case. Farm, so he's going to go the treads. Maybe some kind of basic survivability item in case he gets jumped, like a magic stick or something like that, but then he just needs to go straight into the Aghanim Scepter.
So you don't think there'll be the thought process of just a Dragon Lance beforehand to maybe increase his farming speed a little bit, tank him up, and if he does have to show up to fights, or you feel like he does have the opportunity just to rush straight forward?
I just don't like seeing Vengers with this new meta showing up to fights at all. Show up to every single one after 15 minutes when you've got your axe. Before then, you need to be greedy. That's how you're going to get the most out of this hero. And, you mentioned the Dragon Lance. Sure, it's fine, but for the price of getting those 2 bands of Elven Skin, you can just get the Blade of Alacrity in that time, right? So bring yourself even close to be able to pick up that Aghanim Scepter with essentially the same benefit.
Well, Mizu currently has the urn and with no charges, so they're looking to try and find some kills, and Alacrity is going to be able to enable this with an early rotation from the puck. Do they want to kill off DB? They've got the double damage room, but Mamang Dai TPing in. He's got some assistance coming through as well from the Bloodseeker. Mizu just hitting the Ravage. They're going to drop the force. They can bring him down before the Ravage, but the Kraken Shell coming into play. Civil Tide unable to stand his ground. Alacrity doesn't have an escape route. They're rupturing him up, and even though he looks to get as much damage out before he dies, he'll secure a double, but nonetheless, there'll be Wommy and Mamang Dai looking for the cleanup.
Step lively now. Your Admiral is on board.
They get the kill at the end there. I feel like he could have potentially turned around and maybe done a little bit more damage with the shield crash. So I think he just
Radiant structures
threw it in the blood right at the end there to go down.
They X'd him back.
Ah, okay, sure.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
A great rotation from a main Dio. Still Galaxy Racer though. You see how they're farming across the map. They're actually even going to look to smoke as well. In Your Dream, Poloson connecting together. A very early level 6 from Polo. The main guy is not an easy kill at all. Wants it for the night time for him. He's not going to scout this out. Oh, do they get the vision? So they need a way to cancel the Fiend's grip. The Blood Right charge up too long. So a big kill to shut down the Conquer, who is quite often... Really, it feels like one of their big reasons on why they win a lot of games when their main guy is playing that hero.
Yeah, for sure. And even, not wanting to go back, of course, the triangle camp's been watered up a little bit here. They're not going to get the stack off on the hard camp because you've still got 2 minutes left on that sentry. But at least you get to build up the ancient stack. They might be in a little bit of trouble here down here. I mean, you've still got a couple of seconds left on the God strength.
This is a big kill if they get in Your Dream, though. 6 killing streak at the moment. He's actually just going to turn and stand his ground. He's got no more 1 charges, so Lim 485 gold, but they've compromised their position with how much they've tunnel vision to clean off the Sven. And Awami will also be cut down. Just also the question of who's going to be picking up the kill. The position for Panglia will claim it.
Who ended up getting the kill streak? It was Lim anyway, right? So, nothing ventured, nothing gained. I think Galaxy Racer are totally happy with that, considering they were still, of course, able to get the tower, able to get multiple kills off, and Svenny's still sitting comfortably. The aggressive build, right? You know you're against this Vengeful Spirit. You know she wants to get a lot done in that 15-20 minute mark, so Blink Dagger is certainly going to help to enable that.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
So DB is opting for the Aghanim's Rush as well. We'll see how much time he can get at the moment. Wonder how much he's also going to be able to farm around the Ancients, or if this is just going to be kind of the main guy's location on the map.
I think it could eventually be, but again, right now, it should be going puck as much as possible. Actually getting an Orchid here as the first item on the main Dire, so obviously very good against the puck, forcing him to perhaps play a little bit more defensively than he might like. Dire ends up taking it. I mean, he's got greater capabilities to do so, I suppose, so it's not the worst. Nice stack off here.
Mizu could have run into UK. And early Spirit Bats were coming out from the Tidehunter. They've also caught out DB. The commitment needs to come through from Army Genius just to keep their position 1 alive, but they've got to be careful they can't pop, because the Ravage connecting on 3 gives ample time for Poloson to get full use out of the Fiend's Curve. Remain Dire, Nightmare not enough to be able to cancel the boat connection, which lands on 2. Now with the run buff, amping up Main Die's survivability. It's going to be okay, so they won't be able to double back to clean off the Conquer, but nonetheless, though, Galaxy Racer, a big kill, slowing down this Aghanims.
Yeah, that's exactly what they want to do. I mean, the previous Ravage didn't really result in anything, but that one, a movement that you need to make. And all the while, Sven's just farming on the other side of the map because of how effective a lot of this early team fighting. Like, sure, you lose the Pangolier, but he accomplished his job. He got the Rolling Thunder out to be able to get a start of that chain stun, baited the puck's able to just completely pressure forward.
And that's all while In Your Dream hasn't been getting any contention at all. He was just free farming across the map. That's Blink Dagger now completed, almost level 12, so this is going to be kind of picked up around the timing of when the God Strength will be back online. So this could be definitely a time for Galaxy Racer to continue with their momentum.
Yeah, for sure. I think he might just look to finish up his ancient stack, join in with the rest of his team. It's still another 30 seconds until he's able to join in with that God Strength. He wants that level 12 as well, so you get the maximum effect of it. So you need to consider that Roche is, of course, on the table for Galaxy Racer. They've got a lot of minus armor right now.
Step lively.
Going to try and contest top. Either team smoking up the main Dire with this Orchid reveal. Polyson's going to lead the charge, and as soon as the Orchid gets ticked, probably just going to have the cost of aim, but even the Sven looking to get involved. There's the level 12. They want to try and target down the Conqueror. He's incredibly tanky, but with the use of the small burst from the main dive, he'll be separated from the team.
Vanish.
Dominating!
Pre, push mo yan sa top, pre.
Double kill! Radiant's top tower is under attack! The battle begins!
A few minutes later.
Much like cordwood before axe's axe, Dire's top tower is under attacks!
The rune of haste.
The prize is mine.
Behold, my searing blade.
Notice!
Gago!
The spirit is willing, but the flesh is
Dire's middle tower is under attack!
Shadows take us.
What for?
Middle is missing! Radiant's middle tower is under attack!
Rune of haste.
What is Topia's thinking?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack! Dire's bottom tower is taking many wounds!
Ends.
That's okay.
Dire's middle tower is under attack!
To fight base. That's where we have to fight. Okay.
Dire's middle tower is under attack!
Silence.
Double kill!
None may stop me.
Very fucking nice, boys.
Dominate!
Ally.
Chained in searing heat.
Fortune's change.
The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower!
5 heroes. This is really crazy.
Yeah, but this is awful for them. Just wasting their time. Keep farming.
Yeah, I should.
Dire's middle tower is not what it used to be. That is for certain.
Look.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Axe wishing for you and dazed.
Failed the veil.
Discover what lies beyond.
Shadow.
War
Ayos, ha?
has come to Radiant's bottom tower.
Speedy rune
Let's go.
of haste.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Double kills.
Get collapse on the mid tower.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Look.
Don't believe this.
If just like the red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower.
Vanish.
Look.
Much like Cordwood before Axe's axe, Dire's top tower is under attack and take all the hurt Radiant cares to heal on it. Dire's top tower is under attack. Mega kill! War has come to Radiant's bottom tower. Radiant structures are fortified with... Dire's bottom tower is taking many wounds. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. On killing spree! Dire's bottom tower.
I'm gonna die.
Ayos, ha?
Axe is pleased.
That's okay.
Killing spree! Dire's middle tower is not what it used to be. That is for certain. Double kill! Dominating! Double kill!
Very fucking nice, boys.
Shadows. Take us.
Double kill!
Trickster's rune of illusion.
Killing spree! Triple kill! At Radiant's middle tower! Radiant's middle tower is under attack! Roshan was a worthy foe!
Push mo yan sa top, pre.
Vanish.
Dominating! Double kill! Radiant's top tower is under attack!
Being snared in fire.
Ayos, ha?
The rune of regeneration. Captured in the flame.
Ayos, ha?
Your place is here. Still burned.
Killing spree! Triple kill! The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower! Style. Axes, please! Radiant's middle tower is under attack!
It's mine.
The rune of invisibility.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack! Double kill!
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
As Radiant's middle tower falls, Axe's middle tower is under attack! Radiant's middle tower has fallen! Radiant's middle barracks are under attack! Unstoppable! Axes, please! Radiant's middle barracks are under attack! Be more axe-like! Radiant's middle barracks have fallen! The red mist Radiant's middle tower has fallen! Radiant's middle tower is under attack!
What is this?
The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower! Radiant's bottom tower has been laid low! Radiant's bottom barracks are begging for their lives! Radiant's bottom barracks have fallen! Axe wishes it was you instead! Radiant's bottom barracks have fallen! Dominating! Radiant's Ancient is under attack! Mega kill! Proving they are no kill! Dire takes the day! Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team pick. Dire team pick. Vengeful spirits. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Face the light! Radiant team pick. Bang! Radiant team ban.
Monkey King.
Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban.
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Dire team pick. 10 Radiant remaining pick.
Ripper.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Void incarnate.
Dire team pick.
Silencer.
Radiant team ban.
Dusk.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Points away. Bloodseeker.
You may now select your heroes.
Yeah.
Ten seconds remaining.
I will let you match for heading.
I'll be honest, I'm still reading through the patch.
Yeah, look, the entire draft. Oh, quick, Control F, just look it up.
Yeah.
They need some time. It's understandable, lads. Like UK, I don't know, Memengdai might not even know his hero.
I feel like he knows the hero.
All right, now this gives me some time. So, Starbreaker, Celestial Hammer, Solar Guardian was ultimate, and then Luminosity. Okay. Starbreaker, Celestial Hammer, Luminosity, Solar. Okay.
All right. How about Spinny Hammer, Throwy Hammer, and like the Superman landing?
Okay.
That's what the.
Okay. Cool. So we kind of brought up because we were theory crafting some of the itemization that might come through. I cannot believe we're getting a Dawnbreaker, but some of the itemization that we might see, was that in regards to a position 3? What were you guys theory crafting there? Because I was trying to look at what the hero actually did.
I think position 3 just fits its role better, right? Because pressuring out a lane, being survivable, being tanky, and then, you know, kind of just Prophet does picked all that much. The Solar Guardian is like, it's global, right? Your entire team can look to group up. They're gonna do that frequently with a Hoodwink, with a Tusk, and I guess you can put blood frequent times where this be off farming on her own and relying on the rest of the team to be the ones setting up for these tests.
Do we feel like the itemization is going to be similar to what like a position 3 would go, or?
I sense.
Because you have a much better feeling of what a Dawnbreaker is going to do than I do. I haven't versed it quite a lot, and you know, definitely didn't get to play it at all as well. So this is exciting.
You know what? I don't want to reveal too much about it. I want to see like the wonder that comes through from you. Just seeing like what the hell is going on.
All right. Yeah, I've seen it. Definitely not I'd say maybe a handful of times. Maybe I've seen it like 10. That's even being generous as well with how long it's been through. So this is going to be exciting to watch.
Just one of the changes with Avenge. So they reduced her agi gain. They halved the movement speed that you get as a bonus with the illusion. And they've also given the illusion an HP bar, which is a nice little bonus to have. So you now know a little bit better about whether you're going to kill her.
do you feel like the change to the Venge was enough? Because the Aghanims was ridiculous. And do you feel like just the movement speed
I don't
nerf?
think it was.
Yeah.
No, not enough.
Like,
The battle begins.
By the way, the tooltip still says it gives movement speed bonus instead of 15. So game's in beta, it'll happen.
good old, that's what we can always say whenever there's issues. We always just be like, yeah, game's in beta. All right, so we not moving away from mid lane. Is that how this is going?
You can feel free to look at the mid lane. I'll occasionally glance at the other sides, but I want to see, you know, the wide-eyed wonder that you're going to have with seeing this new hero.
Get me updated on the range creep got denied.
There's the
Not a
Q.
good start.
Nope.
All right, star breaker. Very good use of it from Main Dire. All right, what is he? Is he all physical? Magical.
No, he's split magical. It's very annoying. Like you need like some kind of item that gives you ability, or you need to pick a hero that is able to get out of that Starbreaker because it just provides that little extra. What would you even call it? Like a stagger, I guess. Whenever you get hit by it, your movement speed is impacted. So if you're playing like a Mirana, you can get away from it. If you've got Dissimulate, you can get away from it. But Alacrity, he's just level 1 at the moment. Getting the Dissimulate. So maybe like a 4-star might be a little bit more core for some of these supports on Army Geniuses.
Now, does it annoy you that this hero's animation, especially with his Q, looks like a MOBA game that we don't really speak about?
A little bit, but you know that's outweighed by the fact. Did you play one of the latest Resident Evil with Lady
Village?
Dimitrescu? Whichever the one is with the big mummy vampire.
No, I did not.
Okay, I feel like Dawnbreaker appeals to the same sort of people that are big fans of the Lady Dimitrescu.
Well, let's quickly go through some of the other lanes real quick, because I really want to go back to mid to keep the eyes on there. As bottom lane, some action within your dream, but making sure he can't continuously right-click. Get some respectable lifesteal back thanks to the full creep wave there, but doing a decent job to combat the Monkey King. Do you feel like this might turn as maybe some levels or early stat items comes out for the Monkey, or is this a solid lane here from Army Geniuses? As well, might still have a kill down bot from In Your Dream, as yes, he's going to end up falling. So first blood from a Main Dire on the Dawnbreaker, and that's also the first kill of this hero in Captain's mode as well.
I'm telling you, man, RNGs is looking out for Army Geniuses. They needed to pull a rabbit out of the hat if going to come back into the series after a dominant performance from Galaxy Racer in game number 1, and they were like, we got you.
What about, so how do you feel like bot's going to fare? Like, is this lane going to get more difficult as it goes on for In Your Dream up against a pretty solid laning duo?
I think it's going to be fine. The only reason he was sitting low is because Paulson was off to the side pulling the creep camp, right? So Lim, he's going to be in position to lock up that next instance of it. It's kind of a double-edged sword, right? Of course you want to block them. Of course you want to prevent them from being able to pull the lane. But the only reason they were able to get the kill is because Paulson was away pulling that small camp. Now, as soon as he sees the fact that he can't do that, he's going to stick in lane, and I feel like your kill potential is really less.
Top lane, DB almost going to go down, but the Bane to get out the safe, then utilize the Selv. We're seeing again the Bane and Bloodseeker combo. It's an incredibly strong pair in the lane, being able to get that Nightmare set up into the Blood Riot, which we've seen a couple times with the Bloodseeker putting a little bit more levels in his W. Do you feel like that's going to be the case this game, or is it just going to hold the 1 point? Well, he might go down, and yeah, he will. UK just wasn't in position to protect him, and now UK's in trouble. He'll turn to Nightmare up the Venge. Still has another magic missile up in a couple of seconds, but won't even need it. He's just going to sacrifice his life, wanting a fresh start in regards to the resources. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Polyson is going to end up falling again. And Your Dream's still looking to try and man fight. Got one more Jingu, but again, this lane doesn't look to be getting any easier for the Monkey.
I still think it's going to be, you know, he, again, Silencer, one of those heroes that, the Monkey a little bit here. And the Boundless Strike. He wanted to try and connect it onto as many units as he could, but Lim and Wami, they just got completely away from that green waves. Ends up getting it off. But, yeah, Silencer.
Top lane. Ultimate use from a main guy. Looking to try and chase down the instant tip from Yokam as well. Did you actually hold his life here? He's going to try and turn it back around with the help of the tower, but I'll get rid of the aggro. I don't think Yokam can get some retribution here, so first use of the Solar Guardian. Superman. Alright, we got our Celestial Hammer, Solar Guardian, Luminosity, and Starbreaker. Nice.
Very good.
We're doing it.
Action on the bottom side. Feels like, I mean, it's not as many kills as last time around, but you're still going to see very aggressive lane matchups from here. Paulson, he's actually immediately taking advantage of that extra in-steal duration on the Glaives of Wisdom. Not put the 1 point, the last word, wants to be there to be able to reduce a lot of the intelligence that you've got here on both Lim and Wami.
In the dream.
It's not even my best.
A little bit of trouble here. Got 2 points in the tag team, so their man fight is through the roof at the moment, but it's given enough time for Paulson to be able to turn on the support and in your dream. The belt of strength giving him some extra survivability and just getting the jingle at the last second will enable him to keep his life.
Regeneration.
Going to try and deny up that. Oh, actually, both bounty runes are sitting there. Paulson, he's going to be able to grab both of them.
That's something they did reduce, right?
For me.
Wait, hang on.
The stack bonus. The stack bonus is reduced by 15%. Experience and again, experience.
Yeah, hang on a second. Paulson penalized for getting a little bit antsy and trying to find those bounty runes, but in your dream, not going to get some revenge. Does have some extra support from Alacrity. Level 7. He's actually going to look to jump one with it. There we go. Superman coming into play as Remain Dire. An instant +1, and they can look to turn to clean off the Void Spirit. He's already used all his ultimate charges, so Alacrity's in trouble, but it's all beefy enough with the help of the Resonant Pulse Absorption.
Gets the bottle refilled as well, so Alacrity, he's still actually feeling somewhat confident in this lane. Paulson, I mean, the silencer into this lane is very vulnerable.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Right. Too long.
This was inevitable.
Dawnbreaker's looking pretty solid so far.
The big old slam down.
Yeah, exactly. The what I was saying before is silencer, if you're out of position, very vulnerable, but against this lineup, incredibly effective, right? Like, you think about the Hoodwink, the Tusk, they have a lot of abilities that they want to be frequently casting in combination with each other whenever they're trying to go for a kill attack. So as soon as you see any kind of aggressive movement from Tusk and Hoodwink, just toss down that Arcane Curse, and as you saw, you're very capable of turning things around. Takes down a little bit here, Mizu. Able to turn around. Lucky shot proc. We get it.
Radiant's middle tower
It's too
is under
fast.
attack.
One more right click would have done it. The threat of a TP coming through was too much to bear as he had to reset his positioning. But Lim, what a backstab. It's recognizing the 2 points is enough there. He can just turn himself back around and doesn't even have to look at the kill. And now Remain Dire faces up. Alacrity, however, is able to get out to safety. Remain Dire still looking to try and catch out whoever he can. He's still hunting for Alacrity, man. This dude not looking to give any breathing room for the Void Spirit. And unable to get that initial stun lock. Alacrity, so has to be careful. Just out of the blood right range. They're going so deep. But they've got 4 heroes and army geniuses, and they know that the Monkey King doesn't really want to make a movement to the top side. He's going to come now, but a little bit too late. How we, dude, he's actually...
I'm just sitting back and enjoying, honestly, for a big portion of it. Like...
Radiant's middle tower
coming
is
out
under
through now.
attack.
He's actually going into the Orb of Corrosion instead of something like the Echo Saber. I really do like the Echo Saber just because, maybe since it's been played mid, and you know, you've got the bot.
Jump quick! Missed it, not enough. They're gonna come through the TP, but they're too late. Bring him down, and now Yokam as well, just too late to the party. They do have a couple of heroes starting to make their movement through by the Radiant outpost. They might connect fast enough. It's only Polisson at the moment. Now with the Solar Guardian, is it going to force back Alacrity, or does he want to look to get involved? He's got a lot of AoE damage, but a great use of the Nightmare. Alacrity now has to heavily commit and think twice, but the Snowball doesn't give him that opportunity, as they won't even kill off Wommy, and Galaxy Raiders just bleeding kills left, right, and center.
It just feels like such an Army Geniuses hero, right?
Yeah.
Like, it allows you to rally around each other, to play consistently. I talked as well about how friendly these guys are with each other. You know, they might have offers from quote-unquote better teams, but they're happy to stick around with each other because they know that when these team fights happen, they've got the connection to know exactly how each other...
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And what a hero. Level 9 already. Hits the 10, so I wonder what talent he's going to go for, but top lane we do see Galaxy Racer at the moment setting up for a swap back on DP. Instantly they've got the answer in the 8th Remnant. Look to dive UK. Bit of trouble. They don't have the speed like Yokem does to connect, but looks like he's just trying to force back the Bane as best as he can. Well, he's actually going to look to connect, but the main guys everywhere on the map, but now they get the Fiend's Grip from the outskirts. The Global Silence will be forced just to keep Alacrity alive, and they're probably content with that. Might even be helping out In Your Dream, who does get the connection. A bushwhack into the ultimate. One-man punch from Womey, and Mizu's the next on the agenda as well, as they block off the retreat. A great use of the shards. Still, Polisson's going to look for the cleanup crew. Lim should tick out. Tusk is pretty tanky, though. Is he tanky enough, however, from Polisson? He's even got a double back. He's still already got 4 points in the tag team. Doesn't have some extra heroes nearby to enable this physical amplification, so it's going to be penalized here as Radiant get involved.
Not another step.
Daniel. Maybe he could have tried to bake that out for a little bit longer just so that when Mang Dire's Solar Guardian came up. It's just become available now. I don't know what he's going next. Like, I'm much more familiar with the Dawnbreaker in the off-lane role, like I mentioned before. Gen that you get, of course, not needing as much of that when you've got the bottle. Next, looking to build into.
That is a great question. Is he bought something? He's got the Sange. Okay.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I feel like it's really an S&Y sort of thing. Maybe he wants to go into a halberd or something like that, just to be able to stand and man fight into the Monkey King.
This hero seemed... Okay, so you get your Luminosity proc on your Starbreakers too. Interesting. Seems like we're gonna say balanced. This is game 1. I don't know if we can make that read.
I just want to see Army Geniuses win to see if Galaxy Racer ban it out. You know, if it goes to a game 3.
Surely not. For the viewers, surely not. Just let it
Or
through.
they could just first pick it themselves.
That's true. Very true.
Going on a little bit here, able to dodge out the A-Con shot with the bushwhack.
That's an option for Yokem. Instant TPR. They have the damage to go through. Global Silences preventing the abilities, and also stops the Solar Guardian. So they have the extra capabilities to now bring down UK, locking him in, and that's a big kill for Galaxy Racer there. The main guy actually swap him in. Mizu is contemporarily sacrificing his life if they get the big kill on the Dawnbreaker, but again, look how big she is. 2k health, 3.6 strength gain. Yeah. Nice hero.
Also, just with the sand, right? It also buffs up the amount of lifesteal that you're able to get from that luminosity as well. Healing is always going to be fantastic there.
Are you okay?
Only really needing the 1 point in the Starbreaker. Very effective damage ability just with a single point.
In Your Dream. Let's have the Echo Saber completed here for the Monkey. There was minor changes to the hero. Looks like the Boundless Strike at all levels but loss was just reduced damage-wise. And they did also nerf a little bit of the Tree Dance. Just cooldown at some of the levels.
Jump around, yeah.
Yeah, just
instead
not
of
the
1. It's now 1.4, I believe, to start.
Yeah, it says, 1.45, 1.5, whatever they want to, I don't know. rounding it up,
Make
I
it
suppose.
1.5. I don't know. It seems so weird. Well, you see the difference here with Avenge, right? They've, again, been putting a lot of emphasis on taking down the Vengeful Spirit. It's only got one component towards that angle.
Look to try and dive the silence up, but they're just dangling Polison's life, and it also forced Dawnbreaker to reveal their own position. This is a big kill if they can find it. An unstoppable killing streak going the way of In Your Dream. 487 goals to the Monkey.
Radiant's bottom tower.
But keen, and you know, when you've got these heroes that do rely still quite heavily on the physical damage, I don't think you could be diving under a tower. You know, it makes it so much more difficult to be able to try and make those pickoffs
Radiant
happen.
structures are fortified.
Polison's just straight rushing a refresher rob after a Veil of Discord, realizing how frequently Army Geniuses are going to want to fight.
So, is Solar Guardian channel?
Yes.
Okay, so we saw the Global Silence cancel it at the mid-fight, and this could be a cool way to deal with the Dawnbreaker like +1 effect as the game goes on. In Your Dream. They just have the mid lane. In an ambitious position, so is Alacrity. Global's gonna fly. A lot of AoE damage at the moment. That I don't know if they can fight against Dawnbreaker. This hero is so tanky. So got another charge in the ultimate. Main guy's actually going to be cautious now with his positioning. Still going to juke and drive to simulate. Now with the Arcane Curse, last ticket's enough. But BB's looking to get involved in the Bloodseeker. Maybe for some revenge, but the only issue is he's got no assistance. As Yokan, the chain lockdown is beautiful. As I'll kill off the Bloodseeker and make it a 4 across the map.
And that's again one of those instances where you just see like the Tusk dies in that area and Dawnbringer's also there. But I mean the big reason why you have the Solar Guardian, like I mentioned before, is that you don't exactly want to be there at the start of team fights. You want to quickly join and get the outnumber or get the surprise factor. But it's despite he was sitting 2,000 net worth ahead about 4 minutes ago, and he's come right back to the pack, actually sitting second on net worth now.
Middle lane, Monkey's in trouble. Don't have the Fiend's Grip, but it looks like all their ultimates, Solar Guardian, Sharpshooter, no messing around. Looking to just bring down the Monkey King before the reinforcements can show up. Also, another person's going to be caught out here. It will be the Pangolier. Connected to the tree. Army Geniuses, they might look to try and transition this into an objective.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Back to safety. So they're going to end up losing the tier 1 towers. Be careful if he shows himself. They're teetering on the edge of the tree line limb. Just ready and waiting for anyone.
Radiant's middle tower.
Oh, okay. My main guy is already... Wait, what level is that? He's already level 8 Dawnbreaker. Okay. So, yeah, he knows the hero.
Played a little bit. It was the last hero to get a Grandmaster on it. He just gave up on life right there. You know, he had to wait as long as he could so that he could still buy that point booster. He's still only one item away from being able to pick it up, so it's not a horrible timing on it, but you certainly don't have the snowball and the team fight enabler that you might have hoped for. They've been able to get a couple of great kills within your dream, moving around there with his vision, you know, dancing behind trees, using the global silence to both set up for those Wukong's command plus to nullify the effect of the Solar Guardian.
Galaxy Racer. For smoke, I did commit some ultimates previously, but the Solar Guardian's going to be back up in a couple of seconds, but might look to connect to In Your Dream, who does have the Desolator flying out. They've also got relatively decent board positionings around the top outpost. It looks like UK is just going to be the target. One on the back line, but without a blink to jump in and protect him with a snowball. Jokem still looking if he can get anything more out of it. Actually going to find the hoodwink in the tree line. And they have nowhere to cancel this now, so we'll get some assistance with the Solar Guardian, but instantly answered. The global silence from Polison's going to lock them back, but my main guy is going to be cautious. But the Wukong's command not able to lock him in place here as they sidestep the Boundless, but still DB. This Bloodseeker onto the outskirts here, trying to deal with Jokem solely. But has the assistance of Lim, but I don't think they have enough to be able to bring him down. Jokem just making space after space, but still the big issue is my main guy. Tisha's beast moding onto the Monkey King. This new addition to Captain's mode is showing how strong she really can be.
Mangdai just 1v3'd inside of Wukong's command. That's how strong this Dawnbreaker can be, provided that she's not getting chain lockdown. Even with the global silence, of course, it was used to cancel out the effect of the Solar Guardian. So I'm sure that Army Geniuses, they're going to be mindful of it, right? It's ruined 2, maybe 3 of their gank attempts. And they've got about 20 seconds when the Solar Guardian is going to be available when the global silence isn't. So I wonder if they're going to look to get really aggressive right around that timing when it's going to become about to even the double damage now picked up there by Dawnbreaker. See next, I don't think you could really be in a position where you can't even use the BKB to avoid it's onto you. A little bit annoying to be able to fight against, and the benefit was that Mangdai was at least in the vicinity, so he was quickly able to join the rest of his team. Right?
Not looking
at the target again.
The pressure
all the way from Eggs. But
they're at the T1 tower now, so reinforcements are a little bit too far away. So they'll obliterate the Vengeful Spirit. Such a late Aghanims game.
She was 200 net worth away. Now it's about 400. Every single one of those kills just delaying it another minute or 2.
Still heroes showing mid. You feel like whenever someone shows on the map for Galaxy Racer, there's instantly numbers on Army Geniuses that are just looking to swing on over and pivot from where they were, previously looking to position themselves on the map. Okay, I'm showing mid. You see just Lim and UK nearby. It does feel like, though, for Army Geniuses, there seems to be some issue with being able to take objectives. I mean, Bloodseekers has never been the greatest tower sieger. It doesn't feel like they've got ways to take Roshan as well. Alacrity might be in trouble.
Might. He's got a smoked up team looking to join him, though.
Oh no, UK on the outskirts. They've got the global silence to protect him. The rest of the team are coming over. Alacrity.
Solar Guardian.
See how much space they can make up on a high ground. They're fine with it, but still they haven't been able to get in top to be able to protect the Void Spirit. So with buyback coming into play, I feel like Galaxy Racers just have to get out of dodge. I don't think you can take the fight now without Alacrity and knowing that the global silence has been wasted.
Using the Solar Guardian, it was a good interrupt there coming through from the Pangolier, making sure that it did go off, but Pango was the target for the Solar Guardian anyway, so it doesn't really matter at the grand stage of things. They were still able to clean things up. Mizu, he's going to give up his life. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe yes. They might even just keep him inside that nightmare so that the
Did you have space on the choreo? Wait, he's about to get the Aghanims.
Alright, alright.
I feel like he's still going to die afterwards. Movement speed reduction as well means that it can get away. No siree.
It is actually a big difference seeing that health bar there now that I mention it. It always just felt like it was a hero that blended into these hectic team fights so much more easily. Anymore.
Actually, I said before they might have issues taking objectives in Roshan, but a good old Huskar with a Solar Crest on Lim will make that one relatively easy.
Got the corrosion on the Mangdai, making things quite nice. Going into the Reaver next. Is that Satanic? Is that looking to build eventually into an overwhelming blink? Who knows?
Just complete a Satanic. You speak about the Dawnbreaker?
Yep.
Interesting.
Right. Why not? I mean, it's just more lifesteal, right? Don't have any way to stop it.
Huh. Okay, so he's got... Is 18 a huge buffer?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, they found the Void Spirit, bringing it behind. They need to cancel the Fiend's Grip again. The Global Silence will be used to do the task. But Radiant seem connected with these team fights at the moment. They're using ultimates just to keep heroes alive instead of looking to be the ones playing the aggressive front. It's still Monkey King not looking to take these fights. They've been able to at least pivot further and further back towards the tier 2 tower. They're going to have to give up Polis, it looks like, but it looks like Lim and Wim and Wami still hunting for more. There's a really caught out in the tree line, so the Vengeful Spirit seems like there's no escape, but the Tuskar's going to be cursed. He's gone so deep with that snowball, it's going to cost him his life. Nonetheless, though, does give them ample time to be able to solo down Mizu still. We saw with the toss dive previously. Now, In Your Dream's going to try and charge up the ultimate. There's nowhere to lock Remain Die inside the Wukong, but they can now swap him back forward. It's going to bring down into a critical threshold where there will be no escape.
I mean, that's a very keen attempt. You know, I know you've got Satanic, but inside the base with the Wukong's up, I think that was a little bit of a blunder there from a Mang Dai. You'd hate to see such a great early game ruined by, you know, perhaps diving 1 or 2 times a little bit. Mizu, he just previously hit up onto the level 12. Now that he was here for a couple of those kills that were on the cause, you know, Mang Dai and Wami going down there on the Dawnbreaker and the Tusk.
The wages of fear.
To farming, Galen is not too worried about it all.
How are we feeling? I mean, it feels like there's a lot of emotions, considering this is 7.3C. Your patch came out literally. We were 2 minutes away from getting into our second game, and for Army Geniuses, they got honestly steamrolled in game 1, but they have now revitalized themselves and have a network lead. It's only 2,000. Do we feel like Galaxy Racer have the lineup that can, still start to tail the network lead into their favor? Is actually hold that thought. For Fiend's group, is Global Silence available? It is. They might be forced to use it here. Can he actually escape afterwards? No, they tried to get... We've seen previously they've been forcing that ultimate to keep his life. Maybe it was looking to min-max and see if he could just escape on a minimal amount of health, but they couldn't anticipate the sharpshooter from afar.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
To put some control in onto the map again. Tower, Dawnbreaker, so tanky, especially now that she's level 20. Actually, kind of surprised that she went for the Luminosity crit as opposed to the Solar Guardian cooldown. It would have meant that you were able to avoid more of those instances where, both your ultimate and Silence's ultimate are up. Especially, also the fact that you've got this Sharpshooter, such a low cooldown, 45 seconds, the Walrus Punch as well, and Bloodseeker, Rupture's not that long either. They go for the outpost. Yes, they will get it just in time on Wami there to make sure they get it before the 27-minute mark. So the experience lead is going to continue to grow in Army Genius's favor, even though it's only a 3K network. 10,000.
Coin for me.
They have been giving time, though, for the Monkey King to find his farm. I like the RD Scardy pick up a lot of DP. He's got some reinforcements behind him. They're looking to reveal the positioning of the Army Geniuses roster at the moment with the spots active. He's in trouble. Solar Guardian to fly, but instantly answer once again with the Global Silence. They need to push it back on top of the Wukong after the respawn. Are they going to be able to do so with the last remaining duration of the Rolling Thunder? They will not. So DB can reposition himself, and now they're caught out from Radiant. A little bit dispositioned here, so it's going to cost them multiple heroes as now Remain dies in fighting shape. He goes to the team fight, but he's going to be cautious as Satanic won't be popped. But the last second Remain, I can't get it off fast enough. The sustain coming through. Look at the line back. That's crazy. The passive that might not be enough because the Monkey King still looking at man fight, but they've got the helmet out. In Your Dream will fall, and now it's all DB. It's the Bloodseeker sure to clean up the fight. Mizu gonna try drag it back. He's providing a lot of space here. DB trying to heal up through the neutral camp. Mizu can still swap back, and unfortunately for Lim, no escape there's no way. He's actually gonna make it away. DB as well. He's lost some of the thirst movement speed alacrity. Another step up in a couple seconds. He's underneath the ward. Oh, DB. They're still gonna scout him out. Oh, he's gone for a TP. Alacrity.
Yeah, he was moving at 1,000+ movement speed there on the Bloodseeker, just showing you do need to finish your food against this Dawnbreaker. I think maybe expecting one of those hits to be able to kill him, but the evasion from Heaven's Halberd ended up enabling the survival there on the Dawnbreaker. Let him get the Satanic off, and of course, if you're getting those multiple swipes of Starbreaker, you're going to get a decent amount back with the Satanic.
Well, that was a ridiculous amount of life steal from the Dawnbreaker. Was not expecting just to be healed up, what, about 2,000 health? Very cool, very cool. I do like the Eye of the Sky to at least minimize some of these sustain from not only the Dawnbreaker, but the Bloodseeker as well.
Yeah, of course. It's great for cutting red. Sure, they're melee heroes, not range, so you're not getting that value, but that's not why you buy it. Lifesteal component is really what you need to try and counter as much.
Dire are scanning.
Getting the Titan Sliver now as well, so that extra status resistance, magic resistance, well, and of course the base damage. Dawnbringer having quite good base damage on her own, so any sort of percentage increase is going to be very effective for her. They might smoke, but it's underneath an observer ward. One on the other side of the mid lane. Just clipped it, and so you can see Galaxy Racer. They're looking to back up a little bit, look to converge around where they have the strongest vision. Mark the Monkey King up on the tree, so he's the first one to break it. Some good response coming through from Galaxy Racer. Very disciplined.
Could be a solid place for them to fight as well if Army Genius has come down from their throne of the high ground. A bit cautious. Again, Radiant have very, very good AoE control, and being able to group around something like the Wukongs could make it very difficult.
They timed out the smoke as well, you know, just wanting to, as soon as they saw it, they started counting, and they said, right, 35 seconds, that's where we need to be staying very careful. So Blackberry, he kept himself down onto the bottom side until the Aegis would have been cleared out a couple of creep waves and put some pressure onto the tower, and he's very close to finishing up his Aghanim himself. It's going to be enormous in these next few team fights, just in particular for being able to lock down the Bane.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
We've seen there been some issues with the Bane's Fiends group, how he's been able to control the heroes through the fights. Yeah. Meanwhile, another silence across the game as the Tuskar completing his Orchid Malevolence, so maybe enabling just to kill on the support on the backline. Is there a target that Army Geniuses really need to bring down to start the fights?
I mean, in an ideal world, if you can get the silencer before he can global, sure, that's the one. If you can go on to him, that means that the Dawnbreaker can actually use the Solar Guardian to full effect. And I feel like they've got the damage with this Tusk, plus the punch. Now that he's level 18 as well, it's increased the critical hit damage by an extra 50%, 7.3C. They can definitely do it in combination with the Solar Crest.
He needs an observer ward. To get some reinforcement with the 8th Remnant. That's an incredible rolling thunder from Yokam. They're just gonna blow up the Tusk. They've got the numbers advantage, Yokam. Be careful with how it uses this rolling thunder now. Okay, swap back. They found UK. Another nice support to be able to bring down. They don't want to use the global signs just yet to cancel the main Dire. His ultimate to rejoin the fight. Force the buyback. Alacrity's actually going to look to go back in here. It feels like Galaxy Racer in two minds right now if they want to stick around or retreat away to safety. So it is a 4-on-4. I don't have an angle to go back.
Surprising they didn't commit onto Mizu there, considering they did buy back on the Bane. But
this'll come in handy.
Just respecting the strength that the Vengeful Spirit has, you know, again, that's not the target that you want to be going for. Global Silence hasn't been used. You have the Refresher Orb Rush, very close, is about 500 gold away, so they're prioritizing his farm a whole lot more.
Do you feel like that's going to turn the tides in some of these fights? I mean, we just saw it's still a very even game, but the past couple of big team fights, it's been real all Army Geniuses.
It's going to force a weird timing with the Satanic, right? Like, if you're using Satanic preemptively to, you know, either get a Dispel off for yourself with the silence coming through from the Void Spirit, then you're vulnerable to the Global Silence being used, and then you don't get the full effect of this Starbreak, right? So we're not be another one of those instances where you can go from 5% HP to about 70% in a matter of seconds. I mean, potentially it could. I think it's all going to center around when you're looking to use it in response to the door.
See a lot of the survivability coming into play though, especially for Dire.
Dire's
Manta on the
middle tower is
Bloodseeker
under
plus the
attack.
BKB, so multiple ways to be able to get through the Global Silence. For the Void Spirit, he's completed the Aghanim Shard, is even opting into the Wind Waker as the next item as well, so a hefty amount of commitment just to be able to keep his folks alive.
I don't know how Mizu survived that last fight, because the Tusk used the Walrus Punch and it didn't hit him, and the Blast Rig didn't trigger, and he didn't do both hands.
By the Roche, but this is a good position if In Your Dream wants to commit the ultimate. He's a little bit hesitant right now once again. He's waiting to see if Army Geniuses reveal more of their hand at the moment, and well, that's Rupture on cooldown, so this will actually enable Yokam in a fight. I'd love to see Radiant Smoke. They do need to give a little bit of health back to Yokam, and yeah, that they're gonna do. Dire, well aware, you just have to control this high ground. You live and die in this area, but it can also cost them. They're actually going to show themselves with this, the illusion there.
Yeah, popping the sentry down there reveals that they are smoked. That ground vision still giving them plenty of information that you need, and unfortunately for Galaxy Racing, they're just going to have to go back again. Continue to get that extra level of farm. He's going on Wind Waker on the Void Spirit. How often do you see that as like a third item?
Up the survivability, keep the folks alive. Mizu. Wait, what's the... Hoodwink's got the Ag Shot, okay. Wait, that's interesting that he went for it. See how this Roche fight can come into play. Mizu is very far on the front line. This is an aggressive position. I guess he's okay with sacrificing his life, but Yokam looking for the angle in. The Avalanche roll in front of it. They're going to try and target down with the Bloodseeker. They'll overlap the Solar Guardian, but instantly answered with the Global Silence. They need help. DB is getting no assistance. This Army Geniuses just watch their position one fall. Now they might even watch Moonang die as well. With a buyback coming to the fray. Let's see if Galaxy Racing can look to reset a massive amount of damage from the Sharpshooter, but instantly killed back up to full. They'll kill off the new addition with the Dawnbreaker. Now they'll look to DB as well with the BKB pop DB. Somebody stand his ground and Manfight throughout the river. They've got the Jiku stacks. Is it going to be enough for your dream? That's Satanic Lifesteal. Monkey King will turn it. To dive back to the Bloodseeker and Galaxy Racer. What a team fight to take in the river with 3 down. They'll look to make it a 4th as well. Slims are just trying to stand still. We'll actually make it away, but back to... Will they make it away? I don't think Yokam gets this. They can just go back and take Roche.
Yokam nearly would have been able to get it. He was just a little bit short on the mana for the Yule Scepter.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
He was trying to go for a sneaky kill on the Yokam there, but the buyback, the dieback being used. It was a really good use of the Royale card. Anything less than perfection there on Yokam would have been better. To get that rough draw, considering they'd waited long enough for it to be back up on cooldown.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Was enough. They burst him down using the Wukongs as well to layer through, prevent that Bloodseeker and seriously hinder his network. He's dropped a fair amount now, sitting 4th network.
And
who's got an E-blade, man?
Yeah. And Dire have a lot of physical damage.
Yep.
Just does Dawnbreaker scale a little bit more physical wise instead of magical, just because of how the luminosity works?
Yeah, I would absolutely say so.
Alacrity. They found out the pesky squirrel. And that's a dieback as well for Army Genius's position 4. They are now at risk of throwing this one completely around as Galaxy Racer. They've got the level 25 on In Your Dream, and if he really wants to just lay down the Wukongs, they'll miss time to Boundless swap back, and Mizu will lose his first life. Let's see if they can get the second, however. T4 Tower's doing a lot of work. They've got to commit the Solar Guardian, but he's able to reposition.
It's a Solar Guardian where you didn't even need to use the Global Silence in response. He's got the Refresher Orb as well.
Again, great use. He's even going to look to buy back as well, just to give him an extra life, Polisson. Refreshing the Global Silence. Haven't got him the greatest use out of the first one. Look at the Longboy just locking him in, but Yokam is not going to give him an opportunity to utilize this Aghanim Shard, as he's just rolling instantly on top of the backline, creating as much chaos as possible. Is itemized incredibly well to help deal with the Bloodseeker, but that's not enough because he'll still pay the consequence in blood. Now they're going to turn to still giving the Monkey King, but he's got the ages advantage. Now they're going to lay it down. The second round of the Ultimates and put the Dawnbreaker into the grave.
Another one lane
Again,
picked up.
into the Earth Remnant. What a combination. DB's gone as well. They both don't have buyback.
Dyer's middle barracks is fallen.
He's given over to Bobby. What did he do? He's just a tusk. He's just throwing down the long boy ice shards. But maybe just thinking, do you think this hero can work as an offlaner just because you've got an extra 50% crit?
Dyer's middle tower.
Oh no.
Dyer's middle tower.
Oh, well, it looks like the road for Army Geniuses might be done and dusted. Just a 3 and a 4.
Is under attack.
Say that. Radiant, they kind of left the area. I mean, it's just in your dream at the moment. And to the old chats. Come on, Danog. This is where I need my co-caster to translate for me.
I mean,
Dyer's middle tower.
I'm not fluent in Indonesian. I took it for like a very small amount of time.
What a reveal of the Dawnbreaker. Unfortunately, was not enough for Army Geniuses. We were saying that maybe Daddy Gabe and had brought a patch just in the nick of time for them to come back in this series, but it looks like finally the G's will be dropped, and for the Indonesian boys, they're going to have to tap out here. This Galaxy Racer will knock them out of contention for the Qiu Hua Sports Dota Series 2.
At least the full roster.
Push mo yan sa top right.
Double kill! Radiant's top tower is under attack! The battle begins!
A few minutes later.
Much like cordwood before axe's axe, Dyer's top tower is under attacks!
The rune of haste.
The prize is mine!
Behold, my searing gaze. Notice! The spirit is willing, but the flesh is
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Shadows take us.
What for? Middle is missing. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
of hate.
What is Topia's thinking?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is taking many wounds.
Ends.
That's okay.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
To fight base. That's where we have to fight. Okay.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Silence.
Double kill.
None may stop me.
Very fucking nice, boys.
Dominate.
Ally.
Chained in searing heat.
Fortune's changed.
The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower.
Heroes. This is really crazy.
Yeah, but this is awful for them. Just wasting their time. Keep farming.
Yeah.
Dire's middle tower is not what it used to be. That is for certain.
Look.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Axe wishing for you instead.
Veiled the veil.
Discover what lies beyond.
Shadow.
War
Ayos, ha?
has come to Radiant's bottom tower.
Speedy rune
Let's go.
of haste.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Stone.
Quiet's magic.
Be ensnared in fire.
collapse on the mid tower.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Look.
Don't believe this.
If just like the red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower.
Vanish.
Look.
Much like Cordwood before Axe's Ash, Dire's top tower is under attack and take all the hurt Radiant cares to heal on it. Dire's top tower is under attack. Mega kill! War has come to Radiant's bottom tower. Radiant structures are fortified with... Dire's bottom tower is taking many wounds. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Killing spree! Dire's bottom tower.
I'm gonna die.
Ayos, ha?
Gago!
Axe is pleased.
That's okay.
Killing spree! Dire's middle tower is not what it used to be. That is for certain. Double kill! Dominating! Double kill!
Fucking nice, boys.
Shadows, take us.
Double kill!
Trickster's rune of illusion.
Killing spree! Red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Roshan was a worthy foe.
Pre, push me yan sa top, pre.
Dominating! Double kill! Radiant's top tower is under attack!
Be ensnared in fire.
Ayos, ha?
The rune of regeneration. Captured in the flame.
Ayos, ha?
Your place is here. Still burned.
Killing spree! Triple kill! The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower. Style. Axes, please! Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
The rune of invisibility.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Kill!
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
As Radiant's middle tower falls, Axe's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Unstoppable! Axes. Radiant's middle barracks are under attack! Be more axe-like! Radiant's middle barracks have fallen! The red mist is going to be axes, please!
Take me!
Radiant's middle tower is under attack! Killing spree! Double kill! Radiant's middle tower has fallen! Radiant's middle tower is under attack!
What is this?
The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower! Radiant's bottom tower has been laid low! Radiant's bottom barracks are begging for their lives! Radiant's bottom barracks have fallen! Axe wishes it was you instead! Radiant's bottom barracks have fallen! Dominating! Radiant's Ancient is under attack! Mega kill! Double kill! Dire takes the day! Not that there's anything wrong with hacking. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Kill! Axis pleased! Radiant's bottom tower is under The battle begins!
What?
A few minutes later.
To be, that is for certain. Dire's top tower is under attack! Dire structures are fortified. Super fortified! Like you can't even imagine! The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower! Dire's middle tower is under attack! Fresh meat! Dire's top tower is under attack! Oh, Axe is pleased! Heaven or hell, Dire's top...
What is Topia's thinking?
Top tower isn't one of them. Dire's middle tower. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Yes. Killing spree. Die. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Gago. Your structures are. Mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower. Killing spree! Axes, please! Killing spree! Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Can take all the hurt Radiant cares to heap upon it. Mega kill! Double kill! Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Dire's bottom tower is taking many wounds. Gago!
Go ahead. Run.
Invisibility.
There it goes. Look.
Gago!
Perfect.
Bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Mega kill! Righteous rule.
That's okay.
Mega kill!
Where your heart does not.
Tower is under attack! Roshan has fallen to the Radiant! Dire's courier shall carry no more. Come in for dinner. Boy, fleshmate! Axes pleased!
The worst is still to come.
Sick!
Open to your
be. That is Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle barracks have fallen. Dire's middle barracks have fallen. Axe needs something to chop. Axes, please! Dire's top barracks are under attack. Dire's top barracks have fallen. Dire's top barracks have fallen. Your edge needs sharpening. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Killing spree! Axes, please!
Snuff out your sanity.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I'll take your tribute.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Dominating! Dire's bottom tower is taking many wounds to be. That is for certain. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Found the weakness in Dire's bottom tower. It turns out Dire's middle tower was worth a damn. It would. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom barracks have fallen. Monster kill! Like many a barrack before it, Dire's bottom barracks are under attack. Dire's middle tower is not what it used to be. That is for certain. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's ancient is under attack. Axes, please! Dire's ancient is under attack. Killing spree! Double kill! Axe proclaims a radiant victory! Under attack! Radiant's bottom tower is under attack! Kill! Axes, please! Radiant's bottom tower is under attack! The battle begins!
What?
A few minutes later.
To be, that is for certain. Dire's top tower is under attack! Dire structures are fortified. Super fortified! Like you can't even imagine! The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower! Dire's middle tower is under attack! Fresh meat! Dire's top tower is under attack! Oh, Axe is pleased! Heaven or hell, Dire's top...
What is Topias thinking?
Top tower isn't one of them. Dire's middle tower. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack! Yes! Killing spree! Die! Dire's bottom tower is under attack! Gago! Your structures are... Mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower. Killing spree! Axe is pleased! Killing spree! Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Can take all the hurt Radiant cares to heap upon it. Mega kill! Double kill! Dire's bottom tower is under attack!
Let's go.
Dire's bottom tower is taking many wounds.
Gago!
Go ahead. Run.
Invisibility.
Gago!
Bottom tower is under attack! Radiant's bottom tower is under attack! Radiant's bottom tower is under attack! Mega kill! I just
That's okay.
Mega kill! Where your heart does not. Tower is under attack! Roshan has fallen to the Radiant! Dyer's courier shall carry no more. Coming for dinner. Boy, flashmate! Is pleased! The worst is still to come. Sick! Open to your bleed. To be, that is Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dyer's middle tower is under attack. Dyer's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack! Dyer's middle barracks have fallen! Dyer's middle barracks have fallen! Axe needs something to chop! Axe is pleased! Dyer's top barracks are under attack! Dyer's top barracks have fallen! Dyer's top barracks have fallen! Your edge needs sharpening! Dyer's middle tower is under attack! Killing spree! Axe is pleased! Stuff out your sanity! Dyer's middle tower is under attack! I'll take your tribute.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Dominating! Dyer's bottom tower is taking many wounds to be. That is for certain. Dyer's middle tower is under attack. Dyer's structures are fortified. Dyer's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack! Found the weakness in Dire's bottom tower! It turns out Dire's middle tower was worth a damn! It would Dire's middle tower is under attack! Dire's bottom barracks have fallen! Fight me! Monster kill! Like many a barrack before it, Dire's bottom barracks are under attack! Dire's middle tower is not what it used to be, that is for certain! Dire's middle tower has fallen! Dire's ancient is under attack! Axes, please! Dire's ancient is under attack! Killing spree! Double kill! Axe proclaims a radiant victory! Under attack! Radiant's bottom tower is under attack! Kill! Axes pleased! Radiant's bottom tower is under attack! The battle begins!
What?
A few minutes later.
To be, that is for certain! Dire's top tower is under attack! Dire's structures are fortified. Super fortified! Like you can't even imagine! The red mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Flashmate! Dire's top tower is under attack! Oh, Axe is pleased! Heaven or hell, Dire's top...
What is Topia's thinking?
Top tower isn't one of them. Dire's middle tower. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack! Yes! Killing spree! Die! Dire's bottom tower is under attack! Gago! Your structures are... Mist spreads at Radiant's middle tower. Killing spree! Axe is pleased! Killing spree! Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Can take all the hurt Radiant cares to heap upon it. Mega kill! Double kill! Dire's bottom tower is under attack!
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Dire's bottom tower is taking many wounds.
Gago!
Go ahead. Run.
Invisibility.
There it goes.
Look.
Gago!
Perfect. Bottom tower is under attack! Radiant's bottom tower is under attack! tower is under attack. Mega kill! I just
That's okay.
Mega kill! Where your heart does not. Tower is under attack! Roshan has fallen to the Radiant! Styre's courier shall carry no more. Coming for dinner. Boy, fleshmate! Axe is pleased! The worst is still to come. Sick! Open to your bleed. To be, that is Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack! Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle barracks have fallen. Dire's middle barracks have fallen. Axe needs something to chop. Axe is pleased. Dire's top barracks are under attack. Dire's top barracks have fallen! Dire's top barracks have fallen! Your edge needs sharpening! Dire's middle tower is under attack! Killing spree! Axe is pleased! Snuff out your sanity! Dire's middle tower is under attack! I'll take your tribute.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
ban. Radiant team ban. Remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Dire team pick.
Night Stalker.
Dire team, Radiant team.
Vengeful spirits.
Lycan.
Ten seconds remaining.
And why, then
5 seconds remaining.
I'm gonna say it for you. Like, why is it still the same? I was looking over at the Pro Series while we were waiting, and then the first two heroes picked up from either team was a Clinks, a Coddle, a Venge, and a Nyx Assassin, and it's looking really no different here on for the QH as well. Night Stalker, Venge, Lycan, Wyvern's just a bit of an interesting one, but looks like it's you know, well, Denok can speak about it. Why do you like the Wyvern picked up here?
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Able to get like the Black Dragon for is going to be running around in that shapeshift form with at least like one unit not.
Radiant team ban.
No, as long as it's like a creep that can aggro. So, for example, like a neutral creep won't work. Yeah. Lane creeps work, and like your wolves.
Dire team
ban. Allies.
Yeah, more than likely, because James, they played it both games yesterday when they 2-0'd SMG. James was playing on the position for Venge, so it's something they seem comfortable on. Of course, there's the flexibility to give it over to GY, but I guess with already the Lycan picked up, it's not set in stone, but it seems like they kind of like having it played as a 4 instead.
Yeah, it's always good to have that flexibility, and that's yours that.
Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Radiant team pick.
Monkey King.
Wyvern, which isn't amazing, but it does give you a good way to potentially set up onto those backlines and try and run her down before she's able to get off her abilities. I want to see a super early Ghost Scepter come out for this Wyvern just so that she can dodge out a lot of this early damage.
Are you worried they picked the monkey into the wyvern though, because it feels like I haven't seen the matchup as much, but just thinking about it, I like wyvern against any big AoE ultimates where you can just reset your positioning and don't. If you just lay Wukongs down, you curse the Monkey King, and then it just gives you ample time to get out, and that's a big ultimate on Monkey King wasted.
It is, and you know we talk about
seconds remaining.
They've leaned into the physical. Treant Protect is another one that's going to provide you great utility towards that, just with the living armor.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Get out of that overgrowth followed with a lot of control.
Even then, like it's a BKB looks difficult though. You got the 2 ways to pierce it with the curse and the overgrowth. But you need it versus the Night Stalker. You need it versus the Gyro. This is where a beautiful draft can come into play. You've just got the versatility from a lot of the heroes that can force you to go BKB, but then you've got ways to deal with that.
New hero.
Is that a mid? All right, now we saw a mid Jakiro.
Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban.
Out, but just want to see.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team pick. Dire team pick. Queen of Pain.
And it's also the 23rd pick as well. So you don't have tough lane opponents.
10 seconds.
Look at Execration's bans, right? Like it's all good mid laners essentially.
5 seconds remaining.
Imba Spirit.
It's going to be more effective with that early flame guard, and yeah, they do pick it up just because you're going to be able to. Why we were tossing around the void and the Ember Spirit, of course, the fact that you can
But he got buffed again, right? This latest patch, so pretty strong all
Slightly.
around. You guys leaning to?
I'd favor Execration. I think they've got a very well-rounded lineup. And scaling potential, they are a bit squishy, so this could leave Execration vulnerable to the timer that Ragdoll are on. But I feel like there's a big window here where, actually I should say, sorry, small window. Ragdoll, I feel like you've got to get towers early, otherwise if Execration get levels, then the tower defense is going to get much easier with the Treant Protector, and that's exactly what you'll want. So favor Execration, but I think there's still a window for Ragdoll to take it.
Yeah, I think Ragdoll have a very high risk, high reward. They're going to have a hard time winning team fights, but if they do, or if they get pickoffs onto the right heroes, most notably Treant Protector and the Wyvern, there's going to be very little to stop them from just deathball.
Bracket final, so and whoever loses this, like either of the gets, they have a little bit less on the line as I'm gonna put my money. Go get guys. I'm gonna say.
You just like the cat, don't you? You like the cat logo.
Yeah, I like the cat. My neighbor's dog had a ragdoll.
Oh.
When I was...
Oh, okay.
It's just a nice, innocent story to take us into the game.
Oh, we have a pause. No, it was horrible. This cat used to sleep banister.
Used to.
Life. Yeah,
Not anymore. It's
his name
dead.
was Alistair. Happened to go.
Oh.
So that's what I think of. But hopefully.
Was it a cat or a kitten?
Cat.
Okay,
Ever seen ragdoll cats? They do.
I mean, yeah, but they're normally pretty big, so the fact that an eagle was able to take it, that's pretty
He
impressive.
would have been like. Alright, I will let you guys go. I'll see you after the game, and we will...
Thank you very much for the story as well. Before we get in, poor old poor Ragdoll kid and Butball. We'll see if Ragdoll are going to be taken away from the Execration Eagles if there are 5 players here.
Oh man, I was expecting like I used to have a cat. I came home every day. It would greet me after the bus, but an eagle just took it and ate it.
And those eagles, you gotta watch out for them. They you never know when they're gonna come through and steal your cat. Well, we get to see not really some new heroes. I say this. Yeah, Execration pulling out a couple of newish supports. We don't really see the Wyvern as much anymore. I bet you're a fan though that BDZ is playing it on the position 4, but RR though, he's a huge fan of the Treant Protector. You're kind of one of the few heroes that few players I should say that have a lot of priority on the tree. And how do you feel like it's going to be able to help architect a victory here for Execration?
Well, the thing is, I feel like they might be going for a bit of a lane switch up here, with Tino perhaps being the one to go up towards the top side of the map. Of course, against Monkey King, it's very rare that you want to have 1, let alone 2 heroes just placed into that area. Going for a tri-lane super early on, seeing if they're going to be able to pick him out. You drawing on the map?
That must be some of our other beautiful broadcast channels along with us. And So I'm intrigued to see how this mid matchup's going to end up faring here for Bob and Arjit. I mean, the mid matchup is traditionally still not the greatest for the Ember. A lot of people say it's very difficult to dodge the slide. Do you know how the slide dagger works with the Ember Queen of Pain matchup?
Well, you just basically you just need to have a look at the cooldowns, right? Like Queen of Pain has, I believe, like 2-second advantage at all levels when you compare the Sleight of Fist and the dagger. So Bob might have actually been expecting the Sleight of Fist super early on, but instead it was the Flame Guard, and he got max value out of it because just 1 point into the Scream of Pain, it's not going to be enough to be able to burst through. You need 2 full usages.
Yeah, I heard a while ago that like the slide, because of course your hero bounces around for someone.
It like follows you.
Yeah, and I like vaguely remember someone saying like your slide needs to be in front of where the dagger is flying. It's a really odd mechanic on how to dodge it, but so far...
So it like passes through you basically.
Yeah, which I'm surprised Bob hasn't actually even put a level in it considering, but I guess this is helping Arjit a lot. And we saw Arjit in fact play the Ember Spirit yesterday in their game 2 with the Lycan to take down SMG, and he looked on the hero. So with a start like this, further enable at the top lane, GY with a whole lot of pain. Here is the tri-lane from Execration, securing the early first blood for the gyrocopter.
That's absolutely what you need, right? If you're going to run this gyrocopter, this tri-lane, you can't afford to have kills not go your way. Pick it up. Big bonus coming through here. Get a little bit closer to the courier. No. He's just not wanting to show in lane quite so much in case the Wolves are doing some scouting around, but the fact that Raging Potato has still just been able to sit down here and honestly not been copping too much of the harassment coming out here, although that's going to be a nice little factor, getting rid of the boots of speed. PT faded, and you've got this Vengeful Spirit. I'm a little surprised that Raging Potato hasn't died yet. He's still sitting at full HP.
It's a bit... now with the creep equilibrium, it's going to take him a while.
Again.
Oh no, GY. Another death here. This is a formidable tri-lane they're currently set up with from Execration up top. Trying to find a little bit of damage on Bob. Arjit doesn't have a point in the chains. He's also ticking out to the dagger that's got 2 points in it at the moment. So James is just... Did you feel like they'll look to answer the tri-lane? And well, in fact, with all the time he's spent to move up to top, they've already TP'd down BDZ.
And he has to make the long run back as well. It means with the time that he spent dead, he's at least been able to finish up that Helm of Iron Will. So I doubt he's going to go down like that again. I mean, one time had a lot more levels come out onto the gyrocopter. RR is what enabled them to get that. Going well for Execration. Obviously not what Ragdoll needed. It means that high risk, high reward strategy has been punished a little bit further.
How do you feel like the gyrocopter is going to match up versus the Ragdoll lineup that's looking to run over them early on? Is this a hero that can kind of combat that?
I think he can, just because he's got the Treant and the Wyvern there, you know, 2 heroes that can hold them in place for quite a decent amount of time. And so I think early on he put the 1 point into the Rocket Barrage, of course, just to get that damage through onto the Lycan. But I think from here forwards he can probably look to level up with Black Cannon ever since the Wyvern's gone back to the bottom side of the map.
GY is in fact jungling at the moment. Just taking away... Like he might come back to the lane now. The only big nuisance is that they've blocked up the small camp, and Tino's got a great position to the creep wave at the moment. So, like you were saying, Gyrocopter absolutely loving life, and same for the Monkey King down bot. VT faded 27 and 14 compared to the 12 and 2. About the Night Stalker is the fact that he is still a very high level. So once that nighttime hits, we'll see if he can utilize the levels to his advantage. Yeah, diving pretty deep here. VT faded. Then they got one more Jingu stack. He actually might just be dead. They're lacking the mana on Raging Potato for the Void. It's now up and available. This BDZ, however, without the Splinter Blast, they can't condemn the Monkey King for how deep of an attempt he just made.
He was considering holding on to the that last Jingu stack until the Boundless Strike came up again, but ballsy play to be going underneath a tier 1 tower. I don't think he even got the aggro switch off, so to force out the salve, gonna hurt him a little bit, but now it's night time, so Tato, we look go for a bit of a turnaround kill here.
See, it's actually James just being the nuisance. You know, we've seen James previously being picking up the medallion into Aghanims here for the position for Vengeful Spirit. He's going to be the target of this first nighttime move from Night Stalker. He's got only one void available, and DP out instantly afterwards. Nowhere to cancel it. The only availability used.
I think they needed a bit better comms that time around. Like BDZ, he was kind of in two minds. He was a little bit scared because, you know, it was a level 3 Vengeful Spirit. She's very strong when it comes to one-on-one matchups against other supports, but BDZ was able to turn around, hit the Arctic Burn onto her. Then you don't need to use the Void quite so early.
Now, we got a little bit of break. How do you feel like the change to... just the patch we had a couple of weeks ago now, but do you feel like this is going to affect kind of the playstyle of the stacking meta?
Of course, I feel like it's going to slow the game down, which in my opinion is good, right? You come with the Overlord, a nerf, a stacking, or a bit of a nerf, so you're never going to get this situation, well, not never, but it's going to be a lot rarer that you just, you know, happily laning, you know, you're trying to trade, blah, 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 and then 2 minutes later, you've got a Spanner, a Clinks, or a TA that just comes out way ahead of everyone else.
Tino's in trouble though. Ice Path connection as VT faded. Be able to bring him down, but Bob solo killed Arch at mid, and now he's going to look to rejoin the fight up top. But the double kill picked up already. And he's got the Arcane Rune to continue to utilize. And there's really no extra assistance from VT Faded. The Lycan pretty much just a creep at the moment. Even Rage Potato can get in on all the action. VT Faded can turn it back around. Great use of the Boundless, finding a big kill in our Argent. After the respawn, going to join the party. Bob just got enough mana left in the tank to be able to get the blink to safety. They'll even refill the bottle as well. So Bob actually, let's see if he wants to stick around here.
I think maybe now that the Arcane Rune's gone, he'd be a little bit more hesitant, but no, he's turned around. It's barely has anything to cast a single round of spells, so yeah, he's gonna make sure he gets back to that mid lane as quickly as possible. War's coming through. It's the headphones. Previously it was lagging, and the Discord issues, and then hopefully it's nothing like Puppy, you know, where he might just broken the headphones in a frustration. Things are looking pretty good though for Execration, so I would doubt that.
No reason to be frustrated for these boys. Looking pretty happy with how this game's going at the moment. James is getting some me time down bot with all the attention we saw at the top lane, so they do like giving some priority here to the Vengeful Spirit 4, and there's definitely absolute no reason why they wouldn't.
Oh, there's being babysat hardcore. Gyro got to refill the bottle, then RR TP back in, he got the refill as well. Dealing away the double damage rune from the Ember Spirit, so it means he's going to need to play a little bit more carefully. He's not going to have that regen buffer coming through there.
Is under attack.
Getting off the D-ward inside the river. That seems like a very calculated decision coming from Execration. During the 0-minute mark, that's where they placed down their ward previously, so they would have seen that Observer ward go up. So they've clearly got a good understanding of how RR play.
It's going to be Tino the target. Yeah? If he can tank through the damage at the moment to allow the reinforcements time to arrive, BDZ they're going to try and protect him with a Cold Embrace, but they will still target down VT Faded off the tree line, but he's still got enough to sustain through thanks to the Jingu charges, but he's still got to be cautious. Bob continuing the hunt, but Without the damage left in the tank, I don't think he's going to tick out to the dagger as well. So VT Fader will keep the life. Now Arjit even looking to backstab, but he doesn't have a way to control the Queen of Pain. And James is just a sacrifice. He's trying to waste as much time as possible. They will get some revenge on BDZ. Even VT Faded getting back in and in the midst. Oh, I just took him down once. And that he will. He's done with the other 6 picked up. Overgrowth is going to get a second kill on the Jakiro. RR just giving the treatment with the good old right clicks. And now the tree protector. He's actually out. Oh, that's a lot of experience for RR.
Yeah, I would put him up there with Zephyr as one of the best trio protectors in the world. Even when he was just picked by absolutely nobody, RR has always been a very big proponent for picking up this very tanky, very beefy hero. Still got the biggest right click down in the game.
Is under attack.
Meanwhile, they get a nice kill on top of GY as well, who's continuing to try and hit this Helm of the Overlord timing, but this is something we were speaking about in the draft, that we were worried if Ragdoll didn't get to the stage, then Execration with their very versatile lineup could just heavily deal with Ragdoll as the game went on.
Testing into James a little bit. He'll be able to get away, actually even dodging out the dual breath. He hasn't committed to anything right now on James. No medallion yet. Still kind of in 2 minds. He's going to pick that up. They're going for a chase here onto Raging Potato.
Just pop Dark Ascension?
Yeah, just run away.
Huh.
FD.
What's the longer cooldown? Shapeshift looks like Dark Ascension. 150 compared to the 125. He's just going to farm up some of the enemy side of the map right now. We'll see what Radiant want to do out of this. They got a decent amount of information with 3 of Dire heroes down bottom, so if they can look to contest or maybe just trade the tier 1 mid.
Radiant structures are
It is that one point in the liquid fire as well to assist with this push. They've made sure to coincide it around the timing of the siege creeps. Will RR look to rotate? Dream Protector is more points in the leech siege though, so much more of a bowling style as opposed to kind of defense. Great Winter's Curse coming through though.
GY again. Sonic Wave's gonna clip on both. The hero standing on the front line here, and another successful defense from Execration, man. Bob's popping off at the moment of the Queen of Pain, and this is going to be an incredible timing on the Orchid. And I mean, Denog, I'm really worried right now for Ragdoll. They've yet to take a tier 1 tower with a lineup that really relies on this, and as the game continues to get later and later, it's not going to get any easier with the Tree Protector already being level 8.
Level 8, he's prioritizing, you know, a lot of trio protectors are like, I want to farm, I want to get my items, give me my Nature's Grasp level up. But no, it's all about getting those early kills and making sure that this high risk, high reward draft, I'll say it again, for Ragdoll does get punished. Craft is going to make his life a little bit difficult with the Bassi just ended up costing him his life there on the Winter Wyvern. I'm sure he was expecting Monkey King to be in the region.
I want to see Execration instantly try and shove out top and mid. Mid's got 336 health left, top's about half. So you could even get to a stage where you could trade multiple towers. I guess, do they want to even think about defending bottom still? Is giving up, that's the question.
Maybe can. I mean, the Nature's Grasp, it feels like it's not going to stop anything. It might slow it, but it won't stop it. And you've got the Wolves to try and scout out. Hell, even VT Fader, if he wanted to, he could have gone for the classic mid-1 style play and just hop it around and top the tower. Don't do anything, but they do shove out the top side, so trade for trade, you're happy with that, with the lineup that Execration have.
I like this move from Ragdoll as well. We see this quite often, just you take the bottom tower and look to smoke to the middle lane as well to connect and find if there's any Execration stragglers that were looking to get set up to take their own tier 1 tower, but Ragdoll won't find anyone as Execration, they mirror that movement. Instead, from top, they're going to continue to make their way down to bottom, but beforehand they have got Tino by the outpost against 3 heroes, and he's going to try and look to bring down his support, but he won't be able to get as much damage out as he was hoping. Still, again, simultaneously both position 1s caught out. This time the Monkey King's a little bit closer to the tower with the immense amount of burst potential that Bob can dish out from afar. Is enough damage to clean off VT Fade.
He's still getting the business from that goddamn Harpy Stormcraft. How is it so much cheap?
Oh, what an overgrowth. Ara once again finding multiple supports in the backline, and Ragey Potato, this Dark Ascension's about to expire. They'll just clip him off for the outskirts as well, the chains. And even though they're trying to protect him for as long as possible with the living armor, is giving ample time for Execration to clean off James. They're going to look for a deny, and they will get it. Okay, so Execration going to also try and find the T1 tower mid. Be careful on Tino here, just like previously. They're going to focus down BDZ. Just get out to safety, so I guess you get the T1 mid for trading the life for BDZ.
It's a matter of what do you value more, you know, do you value just having the Winter's Curse available? Of course, it received a little bit of a nerf in recent times, going up to 90 second cooldown at level 1 now, but Wyvern definitely lives if you just get that Winter's Curse off during the charge up time for the Wukong's command.
Have to be pretty happy though with Tino being top of the net worth. Crystallis was the first item of choice, and we're going back into the Agulum. It's a very glass cannon type of build here for Tino at the moment, but you know, I wonder if we'll see like an early Satanic or Sanjin Yasha afterwards.
I feel like the Satanic's definitely the way to go. You know, even if you are getting locked down, even if you've got the root on you, you're still going to have that side gunner that's assisting you with some kind of lifesteal to be able to sustain yourself. Like, I don't know, the S and Y, who knows? I think the Satanic is just perfectly fine on its own.
We did see the Ekra Saber get nerfed slightly through 7.3 Siege. You feel like we're going to see this item a little bit less? Because it feels like it's really key right now on a lot of heroes.
Well, definitely on the Pango, fixing the swashbuckle attacks from not putting it on cooldown, that's a pretty big deal, I would say. That graph of weird things that put it on cooldown and things that didn't for no rhyme or reason. See, he set himself up in the mid lane, but he never gets that bouncer strike.
Nice blink away. So they've got the rest of Ragdoll swing on over with their smoke maneuver. A nice path locking in Ara, so we can't get an overload to reset the fights. They will do so at the last second. That was a quick burst. The blow up Archie. And they're looking for more as well, as Ragey Potato is giving them so much vision to play with. They'll just sidestep the Jakiro and look to bypass to the back line to deal with the Monkey King. Unfortunately, no escape for VT Faded. And now they can turn their attention back to the position 5 as Execration. What a team fight.
Middle tower is under attack.
Again, just showing the effectiveness of having essentially no magic damage coming out there. BDZ, I didn't even see that he had the Blink Dagger, so the Cold Embrace being able to just immediately blink out afterwards, it's a mistake coming through there that they didn't try and layer anything down onto him with either dual breath help, even just the wave of terror.
Feels like Ragdoll have completely blown their timing. I'm really struggling to see how they can find a way back into this game. Have you got an avenue for Ragdoll here? Is there maybe like a BKB timing that could come through? I mean, Monkey's looking for his, so is Arjit.
It's going to be rough. Like, they've drafted themselves into a corner here. They've nearly got the Helm of the Overlord. I don't think that's going to change much of anything. Maybe having a Dragon Lance will survive a little bit longer, but it just feels like they've got the damage, they've got the burst potential, and they've got the setup. I mean, the big downside, of course, to Execration, that they are still kind of cooldown dependent, right? Overgrowth, it's been able to set up multiple kills, but same sort of thing with the Winter.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
When all of these ultimates have been used, but you know, they haven't really had the tools to do it either. Maybe now that they've got the Helm of the Overlord completed, they can look to try and bait out a use of a few of the ultimates, and if they can cut their losses with, let's say, only 2 heroes dying, they'll call that a win on Ragdoll, and they'll just look to refresh and do it all again.
We have seen the Monkey King be an incredibly strong hero as the game goes on. The VT Faded is top of the net worth in regards to Ragdoll's heroes, but they have
nighttime. Got a smoke. That Flip Dagger as well, the Night Stalker.
And going to lead into Ragdoll. It's a big target that can bring him down, but instantly kind of breaks, protecting Ragey Potato. They're going to try and swap away Archie, but instantly on the prowl is the Night Stalker. There's no escape for the Ember. James is going to soon to fall, and now they can look to drive their attention to Menu Ping on the backline. VT Fader is going to lay down the Wukongs, but they can sidestep out of the AoE. Yes, they found Tuki, which was both the supports. Bob's in a little bit of pain here, but they can force back GY. Tino's just going to look to stand his ground. Now the shapeshift's expiring. Ragey Potato, with the help of the rest of the cores, can bring down a valuable target. Now, do they want the Jakiro dieback, or do they want VT Faded? Even James is going to buy back as well, but this will not be enough to protect VT Faded.
Look at him, he's diving into the base. This is tier 3 towers.
That's Ragey Potato at its finest.
Ooh, and he's gonna live though.
The one just came back up.
Has fallen.
Oh, unfortunate. But honestly,
Bob's in trouble.
Blink.
Ooh, TP.
He'll be fine.
They're gonna have vision of him shortly.
He'll blink.
Very true.
He's been doing a really good job of the tread switching in the middle of fights. You know, when he was getting gone on by the Lycan, when he was just running around without the blink being off cooldown, he made sure to switch over to those Agi treads, just getting that little bit of extra armor that enabled him to survive in that engagement there. And I was just talking about the Fey Grenade and the Night Stalker. Of course, it's great, you know, just to be able to chase someone down, constantly have vision of them. Not that you really have any issues with vision with that Dark Ascension, but with an ability like that ultimate that just increases your damage by 100, why not deal an extra right click from 900 range? It seems kind of nutty.
Bob's gonna
go in again.
Yeah, lead early here. Doesn't have the team nearby. Maybe it's just trying to force some reactions.
That was before 7.3. That curse would have gone off. Extra 100 range. Wow. This is a Roshan being taken by Execration. Said which lineup would be the first to take it. I would say more likely it would have been Ragdoll. You know, they probably would have still been in this position because of the rough situation they're in with their lanes and their kind of one-dimensional draft, but still did have this as one of their key strengths. Now, they spotted the fact that Tino was under the cover of smoke after he TP'd in. Even briefly, yeah. See, they're kind of looking to back off here on Ragdoll, just playing around the trees, looking to reveal or engagement happens, but they're just playing around the mid lane. And look at Wyvern. Would you not say that that Wyvern is out of smoke?
Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah. Like, there's a little bit of him.
I mean, there's barely any difference.
250 gold.
Dead.
Top lane, Rage Potato. It's just James. So he's got a very different build that we've seen previously. It's the Dragon Lance with the Venge. Probably going to disassemble. They've also caught up the Ember Spirit here. Rage Potato has to be perfect with his chain lockdown. It was already on cooldown, so Bob is just going to drop the big ol' ultimate, secure another kill. They're also looking to transition mid, and nothing on Hero. He's just farming super aggressively in the lane. Gee, why?
What's going on?
Just feeding away relentlessly here is Ragdoll.
They're diving again. Might be a little bit deep there, Bobo.
It's got Essence and Illusion. Should be okay. I say that. Still has to play around. He needs some assistance. Now the blink is back up.
Got his Sagittarius. He's fine.
Oh, yes.
Dire's bottom tower.
Feeling like he could just dive tier 3s when a Monkey King's around.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower.
Poor Argent, though, still a ways away from the BKB.
Diving in. Tino might be in a little bit of trouble here. He's got the Aegis at least to be able to survive, and got no BKB piercing disables other than the Venge actually getting a curse off to be able to take out the Jakiro. So even BDZ, he's feasted.
He's been having quite the performance on BDZ. Got a Philostone as well, so more net worth to him. I know you're quite the Wyvern player, and more than likely of course, playing it as a position 5. Do you feel like the hero is best suited as a 4 or 5 though? Because it does seem like he does a lot with net worth.
It does, but I think it depends on the strength of the lane, right? And for whatever reason, Raging Potato had a lane on the bot side. I'm really stunned that they weren't able to get more action done onto him, considering the Monkey King started with that Orb of Venom, he had Avenge against you, and it's a Night Stalker. The fact that he didn't die, was barely using any regen down on the bottom side, I think is... We were obviously paying attention to the top side because it's where the tri-lane was happening, but I don't know how it happened.
I think it does seem to be important for a Night Stalker if you can hit levels still in a lane like that. Like he was not getting a lot of gold, but at least he was finding levels, so as soon as the nighttime hit, he could kind of pick back up with his kind of disregard from his team early on, just with the those early rotations after the first 5 minutes, and really could get some buffer in net worth thanks to those kills. So I think that is one of the important things.
Talk about the levels, Raging Potato, he's level 18 now, so that extra damage coming through from the Dark Ascension. I talked about the Fey Grenade being very good. Well, you're going to be dealing an extra 190 damage to whoever you're able to find.
Oh, Raging Potato.
Luckily enough, Judy's going to be able to get out just in time. But he's going to go for more. Spotted out by this Observer Ward as he comes up towards the Tricamp area. James and BT Faded run away with their tails between their legs.
Alright. Vision advantage.
Oh, he did keep the
great Ice Path. Should be able to hit off an even better. Wukong's once again not enabling BT Faded. You still get the BKB at the last second, but Ragdoll just obliterated completely. The curse locking them all in on top of the backline, and for Execration, their team fight prowess is continuing to show.
Yeah, a very slight misplays coming through there. RR was a tiny bit slow with his overgrowth after the fact, so he wasn't able to lock in the Monkey King after he used the BKB to retreat, but he doesn't have a Blink Dagger, so you can...
Now just the siege comes. Only got a couple seconds left on the Aegis. BT Fader's actually going to try and charge up. Don't think he killed Tina. He's got BKB Satanic. It's Cold Embrace, sustain.
It's going to be gone now, though. That they're going to back up.
Like,
or are they?
How do you kill him through Cold Embrace, man? You've got that plus the Holy Locket from Living Armor. Then he's got this side gunner with the passive Satanic reach lifesteal. Like, I actually don't think he dies mid lane. Maybe the Night Stalker might, but again, BDZ answers the call. Now inside the base, Tino's a little bit separated from the team. The Cold Embrace is on cooldown. Going to swap him further in, but double the BKB answered along with the Satanic. Tino well and truly fine. There's a BKB wasted though. And maybe Ragdoll now, this recognition that it's on cooldown. But it's giving time for Execration for their ultimates to come back up here as Raging Potato looking to jump the backline. James is the target. Be able to clean off the Vengeful Spirit. You've got to be careful if they compromise their position anymore here, Execration. You really don't want Dr. 1 taking the full brunt of the force, but at least with the overgrowth, they'll give him some space. And now turn back to the Monkey Kings. No life for VT Faded, and yeah, they're going to have to call it quits. You know, we were speaking about they were very reliant on their timing, and unfortunately they weren't able to hit it.
They didn't hit anything. Let's be real. You know, the tri-lane have...
Dire's top barracks are under attack. team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Beastmaster.
10 seconds remaining. Dire team, Radiant team.
Man stands ready.
Remaining. Radiant team back.
Grimstroke.
Remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team back. Radiant team back. Dire team back. Seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Radiant team pick.
Lion.
You're into the And
10 seconds remaining.
Over the top. Like how much they nerfed him. Like it's on a little
5
bit.
seconds remaining.
Probably whoever's deciding the nerf. Decided to.
Yeah,
like
out
you
of
said,
there.
maybe pick left.
Radiant
see them.
team pick.
Well, it's still pretty good, right? You get so much is able to pair together with the Grimstroke.
Dire team pick.
War coming through with the Soulbind. Void Spirit, he doesn't have anything really that pairs it together, but they care. That's not your role in this game. His role is to try and get it onto the backlines, provide that vision, and maybe get the initial burst in onto the IO. Or the Lion. Both of them work.
10 seconds remaining.
It's a really good Void Spirit game because it feels like they're pretty
5
protected
seconds
versus like a
remaining.
Storm
Remaining.
or an Ember. Like they've got a lot of control. It makes it very difficult now for Archer to pick up some of the strong laning matchups spirit-wise to deal with
Radiant
Void.
team
And I think it's
back.
one of the best position 2 pairings with the Grimstroke. Now we're going to see Lena picked up. It was something that Ragdoll were running at an exceptional rate back in the first season of the Qiu Sports, but a hero that
Dire team ban. Radiant team ban.
Speed, which is
10
very important
seconds
against a Void
remaining.
Spirit. So you're going to
Seconds
need to
remaining.
spend 2 different spells, or at least put the
5
extra point
seconds
into
remaining.
the Light Striker raid to be
Dire
able to get
team
the
back.
same value as you previously did. So it's a pretty significant change there. And a little bit of an opening here for a Dawnbringer, I gotta say, for Ragdoll. I feel like they're going to have a decent global strat, right? You've got the IO paired together. You've got the Lena, who's probably going to be
10
mid, going the
seconds
boots
remaining.
of travel, and then Dawnbreaker on top of that. It just means that anywhere at any time
5
is going to be at
seconds
risk of being
remaining.
ganked.
Dire
I don't mind. I was thinking creation if they
Radiant
You guys
team
reckon
pick.
that?
Team-
They-
That
spend
actually.
2.
Yeah, Tino has flexed the TA to a position 1 before. They might need a melee hero though because they're double range support. Someone that can be relatively beefy
10
and
seconds
it's going to be.
remaining. Seconds
The issue is
But
I
you
want
don't
to-
know what the offlaner is, right? So
Yeah.
they have
5
the ability to
seconds
just counter
remaining.
that out.
Seconds
I feel
remaining.
like you just go with what counters all of these heroes currently being picked. The fact that they've gotten rid of the Timber and the Night Stalker and the Lycan, I mean, they're not going to. Are they? Never know.
Well, if they were thinking if you were bad or
I don't like her. Spectre's all right. I don't mind the Spectre.
Dire
But
team
Ursa,
team.
Riki.
slippery gypsy. Can I
yeah,
say that? I don't know.
I probably not.
That's a cool pick.
I don't see much position.
It's with
You
the
see a little
Grimstroke,
bit.
it's an
remaining.
incredible
10
lane,
seconds
and you
remaining.
don't see Ragdoll's hero right now. It's a strong
5
lane. They
seconds
like
remaining.
playing that line is going to have a tough time. Get a lot of kills. Io's going to suffer. Lena's going to suffer. Sven can't really lock onto the Riki. It's nice that you have an instant jump in the line as the game goes on with Blink. So all eyes on James on how he can find his farm. But quite often with an Io, you like to funnel a little bit more farm to him. So it's going to be difficult for at least James to hit the Blink timing. I really like the Riki here.
I guess he's going to consistently need to find this line, though, and I feel like he's probably going to be playing around the Lena as much as possible. You know, you've got that big double pump ultimate. Anyone that you use it on is just straight up dead. Maybe a Void Spirit's going to be able to get a Yule Scepter to get that perfect dodge out, but other than that, there's no saving you. Ragdoll, I don't hate the Dawnbringer. I still think it's kind of viable here. You're going to be able to set up on a lot of people.
They need catch across the map to pair up with the Io. I was thinking Mars, but that into Riki's not great. Or the Void
It's
Spirit.
gone.
Okay, so never mind. Yeah, just some.
It's not cash.
It's
New hero.
Global, like, yes, has that global.
Oh, are we gonna see the Ags?
Ag Shard, right?
It's the Scepter.
Lord, they did buff it, right? Just reducing the cooldown by a bit.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
That long, really? That seems too.
I have not seen Underlord played once through 7.3. How long's it been? Is it a month now? It can't be a month. So I'm yet to see an Underlord even from the first 7.3 game. So I'm excited. I mean, do you like it? I don't.
What's his?
Just utility. It's just like yeah, actually, it doesn't feel great. Like, there's a lot of mixed damage on Execration, so you're not too happy about a Pipe or a Crimson. He'll probably go like Guarding Greaves, maybe
Atos. I think it's Atos Yule's game. Like,
okay.
you're against a Void Spirit and a Ricky. Want to lock them in place for as long as possible to allow the line and the leaner to do their bit of work. Ricky, he's going to need to get either a Manta style, not great. BKB, not going to have it as early as something like an Atos or a Yule's, and Bob as well. Like, Yule's is fine on the Void Spirit, but by the time you use it, you're probably just going to get inside that pit of malice again. So, not an easy game for sure. Enough though. Let me think about it. I'm going Ragdoll.
Prepare for battle.
Execration. Screw Danog, he's always wrong.
Was it wrong in game one?
I was gonna get Execration for this one. So
no one knows that.
Well, we are heading into best of three. Execration win this. Ragdoll.
So what do you like? What do you like about this Execration draft? Is what I want to know from you.
I feel like
you were just trying to be contrary, weren't you? You just said Danog picked this, and so I'm gonna be a little shit and say the opposite.
No, I do like Execration draft actually a lot. I feel like the Ricky Grimstroke lane is incredibly strong. Hold that thought. They are holding hands.
Gotta be careful here.
What's going on to start? Double stun after double stun, but they're very split right now on Ragdoll. They're trying to tunnel vision Argit. This could be a huge ink swell. The long duration means that Tino can find 3. Somehow the courier dies in the midst of it as well. Argit getting a little bit of health back thanks to the eye. This might actually be enough to allow Argit to turn it back around. Beautiful play from Menu Pink, giving priority to keep his position 2 alive.
How does
I don't know.
How does your courier die? Like, how do you not have items at the very start of the game? So he's lost all of his regen for the next 40 seconds. Not that it's going to matter significantly. Come on.
So, I'm been a huge fan of Grimstroke with Void Spirit pairing. I don't know what it is. If this extra second on the Inkswell just feels nicer for Void Spirit to find the angle into the fights.
Since 7.3 you're talking about?
Yes,
You've been more of a fan? Or?
Yeah. Before it was really cool, but now it just feels like you have more time. It just feels like you're not as rushed to get into the middle. Like that extra second, yes, it's not going to stun you as fast, but you're still able to kind of find an easier angle into the fight. I feel like bottom lane pairing is exceptional. Ricky Grimstroke. I will say that I think this Underlord, they needed a hero just to survive the lane, and I think that's what the Underlord will really provide them. And I'm intrigued to see how it will play as the game goes on. It gives you a great way just to defend towers against the Beastmaster early, and then just try and help put a pit down and a firestorm down to also try and get on top and kill off the serpent wards. So I mean, I'm really intrigued to see how Underlord's going to be able to play, at least in regards to the defense. But Ragdoll feel very strong with this IO Sven pairing. We saw them beat SMG yesterday. I'm intrigued also to see how the changes to the stacks is going to come into play.
And it's not even like it's just the Sven either that's able to take it. Underlord's okay at doing it too. So, yeah, man, he might look to... I mean, I guess he's got an IO, right? So that's going to enable the Sven IO pairing to take it at a fairly decent rate. You just need to wait for that God Strength, the level 7, so that you've got the maxed out Greater Cleave, 1 point in the War Cry. Speaking of the Sven IO pairing, going up here onto BDZ a little bit.
One of the better laning supports because of his right-click damage, but see... And you're able to get on top of you with a Storm Hammer, which Sven's laning stage should get nerfed slightly, just a damage decrease early levels with the stun. But it's not the biggest thing.
Boots coming out as well for the Sven, so that's going to enable them to chase down these heroes that are kind of slow, kind of like the Shadow Shaman. Also, the Tango's coming out for IO, so he's still got the headdress. It's going to provide a decent amount of sustain for the late stage, but all about constantly putting pressure on. So this Beastmaster, in particular the Boar, are going to be able to maybe secure that one. See.
One more right click. Oh, that HP regen. Woo! Tino just keeping his life. Ricky, one of the better heroes with the base regen in the game, so very lucky there.
Why again is showing the strength of this Underlord. Why it was such a strong pick for the longest period of time, and yeah, eventually they do get the kill onto Raging Potato on the top side, even able to clean up the Boar. So not just the net worth, but also the experience going fairly heavily in Ragdoll's favor. You want to change that prediction, or
I'm chilling.
You're happy with it?
I'm chilling. I've got no doubt for Execration. I wonder if we'll see a little bit more of the IO Sven pairing, because with the Omni Knight getting nerfed a decent amount, and it feels like IO did get buffed up and people aren't putting as much respect on him. You know, TI around the corner feels like we're going to be seeing a lot of IO bans in first phase, so it feels like it's always a hero at TI, but you know,
he's gone on a little bit here with the X12, but he's still so tanky.
Yeah.
Just a couple of points in the Atrophy Aura.
Like, it's a really good pick. Like, now you completely take away a huge beneficial factor from Execration with that draft. Like Ricky Grimstroke, it's always a formidable lane.
I don't think you even, like you mentioned, you need someone that's able to just stand there and be tanky, but honestly, you don't need more than 2 points in it. I feel like that's the real value bit for the Grimstroke. Sorry, for the Underlord.
Looks like at the moment, Ragdoll, all their lanes going exceptionally well. I thought top might be a bit of an issue with it continuously being shoved out, but you just see the damage output that they're consistently providing on Raging Potato, and I mean, he's only got 12 last hits at the moment. BDZ not really helping us. Would you like to see the Shaman start to make a movement towards some of the other lanes?
Maybe. I mean, BDZ, I think he might be looking to go for a bit of a creep pull here, just to give Raging Potato any kind of farm. But you know, look at the movement from Menu Ping. He's like, oh, you want to pull this creep wave? Sorry, it's going straight into these creeps, so you're not going to get anything form of harassment out here. They might even look to try and converge in onto the Shadow Shaman.
The Raging Potato, whoever they want to, as Menu Ping got tether up in a second, and
Dire's courier has been
poor old Raging Potato can play with the Verify, maybe now with the extra attributes thanks to the tower, but still going to be able to bring him down. There's an attempt being
part of their mid lane.
Nice to simulate. Do they have a ward mid? Or is that just blind from Bob? He's actually going to go back in. He doesn't have the damage now in the tank, and Arjun also out of mana. Another Earth Spike up in a couple seconds. We got the kill. Meanwhile, bottom lane, they do end up finally getting Qiu Hua. It's taken them quite some time in the laning stage, though.
The kill. He still wants to just park himself in the lane, right? He's not going to go for these super early kill attempts. If he does, it's going to be like mid lane rotating down to him. He doesn't want to leave his lane. He just wants to continuously farm. That's why he's put the 3 points into the Firestorm. He would have lived, sure, if he had that bit of Malice available, but that's not his priority right now. Keeping that lane shoved out, reducing the farm that the Ricky's able to do, and the pressure onto this bottom side.
gonna really slow down Bob timing as well. Kind of the playmaker here from Execration before the diffusal blade pickup. James is hanging around mid. RR's looking to mirror the movement as well.
He got up there, he's placed down the observer ward, so he's checked out the fact that they've got, I believe, triple stack in this ancient camp. So down there, they're able to pick that one up. James, he's moving around the area, might look to maybe get the hard can. He's going to be a bit slow. 2 mines actually as they get ganked on in the mid lane with Arjun.
Just turns it back around. Laguna Blade comboed up with the level 5 on James already, and Bob did want to commit the last ultimate charge to blow up the Lina. So nice TP that he was really close from line, but just recognized the importance. And
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Just seeing if Raging Potato is gonna end up bringing it down to a critical threshold, but he's okay. But Ragdoll, exceptional laning stage.
Yeah, doing real nice. Will he get lucky with the trusty shove? Arjun, he's praying for the bounty rune. Doesn't get it, but nothing to shake a stick at either. It to mean that James is free to park himself in that mid lane. Might even get level 6 from this creep wave. So Lina looks to come back. We'll go for another. No, it's not going to get it from this one, but back in. Definitely going to have the ability to go for that.
Double zap combo. Dire. And ganking these lanes doesn't get any easier. Brady Potato again. Just has to use the raw defensively.
He's been left on his own. They realize how bad these lanes have gone. But Bob, he's picked up the haste. The TP was just used from the Lina back to the mid lane as well. So they know that she doesn't have the ability to come up and save. To me, I probably would have continued that movement forward as soon as that Lina revealed herself.
Gonna jump Archer.
Kill her, that's just as
nice
good.
LSA. We'll still get the Inkswell connection. He's only got 1 point in the Dissimulate, and the damage is not enough. Now Bob's gonna be cautious. Actually gonna look to go further into the territory of Ragdoll. Observe what freshly placed on the high ground, so notice this could be an angle to retreat, but already able to zap him down. James dropping the Finger of Death, his first ultimate charge.
To get the double stack off there is James. He's happy enough with the Ancients. To grow further, he definitely would have heard that he didn't hear the magic stacking sound there, so they'll know that it's being blocked up a little bit. The Sven, you got to make sure you're removing.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Do you like the choice from Tino here to just rush the diffusal blade before the treads?
I mean, I'm just thinking, like, who's he going to be going on here? It's going to be negated quite heavily. I think a Sven, as long as you pop your God Strength and a single use of Stormhammer, you don't really care. Lina, maybe. I mean, Underlord, once he doesn't have mana, I don't feel like he's going to take him down.
He's in trouble.
Dire's bottom
protection. Again, he's going to the territory of Ragdoll, and with his fresh diffusal blade just picked up is a huge timing for Execration. And yes, we did see a kill across the map. It was Bob bringing down Arjib, but losing out Tino there is not what you're hoping for.
Radiant structures are fortified.
10-minute mark. The rune's going to be on the top side of the map, so I'm very happy to pick that one up, deepen his way away. He's already level 7 before any tomes have come out as well. I was ridiculously fast.
Same with James. They're both supports are an incredibly high level.
Out, though.
Scanning.
Smoke here. Lacking ultimates though on the Execration supports. Level 5 on both of them. They've been able to finally, they still haven't dewarded the ancient stack here. So VP faded is
dangerous attempt. The instant +2 is coming through. RG to menu ping. Bob's able to get out to safety. But RG's looking to pursue them down. Are they actually going to look to TP in maybe to the T with 1 tower? Or are they happy with Raging Potato just getting some of the objective up top? Bob's going to look to find an angle back in. Tailing through the Lina. He's going to have a second round of the Astral Step up in a couple of seconds. It should be enough burst, although he still gets the damage. Menu ping. A little bit too late there, unfortunately, with the rotation.
I know you're sharing a lot of your experience with the IO, but it's very rare that you see the IO more than half a level ahead of the Sven.
Oh, wow.
And that's even with him taking that ancient stack.
So find out. They've got the Serpent Wards as well. They need the first connection. They've let in too early. BDZ still will be able to close the distance. Can they cancel out the shackles? They can. James instantly answers the task. That's going to enable VT Fader to go to work here. They can't control the Sven. And they're going to be penalized. It's off to the side. Arjut will find the secondary support, and Bob's in trouble. Try and do whatever he can to juke through the trees, ring around a Rosie, but he nonetheless will end up sacrificing his life as Execration made the attempt, will be penalized.
And Io also taking almost more than half, I would say, of the Serpent Wards that were placed down. So that is a 12-minute mechanism that he's got finished up here on Menu Ping, having one of the better Io games that I've seen in a long time.
And they seem to play with the Io incredibly well on Ragdoll. I mean, again, have to highlight it. They played the Io Sven pairing yesterday versus SMG and just dismantled them in game 1.
To defend this mid lane, though, not too many better heroes are doing it than the Underlord, of course. Great 24th picks that they've been able to pick up, taking away some of the stacks that they built up in their own jungle. So VT Faded, even though it was level 7 compared to the IO's 8 previously, he's caught back up. He's level 9 again. Hasn't been dewarded. I'm sure if there's any kind of criticism that they could potentially take from this game, it's that it is very clearly warded, and they haven't removed it. Nice.
They brought Qiu Hua. Again, that's a wasted ultimate from Ragey Potato. You just see how difficult this tower siege is, so this Underlord pick is looking better and better as the game goes on.
As expected, he's going into the ATOS as well. It's a really good item these days. Crazy stats for the amount of the amount that it costs, and you know, it works perfectly against this Riki and the Ember Spirit. At least, sorry, Void Spirit. Void have.
We're gonna find the kill bottom and then relocate top to join in. As this is all Ragdoll in the second game, stemming the momentum that Execration were looking to bring in, and this is a lineup that is not going to scale as well into the late game with a Riki position 1 compared to the prowess of a Sven. They need to be finding the kills, and unfortunately for them, they've only got 5.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I'll give you one last chance to change your prediction.
I'm not afraid. I believe in Execration. Not if Tino dies here. Tino, don't do it.
I thought you weren't afraid.
Well,
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
space. Space created tier 1 tower. Surprised the Underlord's not positioned here.
They're going to need to drop it. Like the Underlord essentially requires you to commit so much heavy effort. They don't have the God strength. I don't know if they can get off with Europe.
Can they fight?
Try.
Target. I don't think you want to be targeting the Underlord. You need to kill off the Io. That's a valuable component. And they're lucky they didn't overstay their welcome.
A bauble from the void.
These cheekier plays, Rage the Potato, stealing away the bounty, taking away the hard creep with his Helm of the Dominator. He's building closer and closer towards that Vladimir's offering, but even then, once he finishes up that Helm of the Overlord, it's not like one of these drafts where you've got a Monkey King or you've got a Sven, or hell, even a Clinks, where you're going to get insane value out of the Vladimir's offering portion. Void Spirit, it's not that amazing. Riki, it's not that amazing. You know, like the percentage damage increase.
Are there any avenues for Execration back into this? Players you would like to see them make potentially smokes, or are they looking for some of their timings? Just hold that thought. We're going to smoke down bottom. Okay. Got a nice observe ward in the lane. Maybe they can anticipate VT Faded and Menu Ping trying to take the triangle. It's like they're aware of this.
And now it's just going to be harder and harder to kill this Io as well. You know, he's got the mechanism, he's got the raindrops as well, so a lot of the magic bursts that could be trying to come out from either the Shadow Shaman or the Grimstroke or the Void Spirit are going to be nullified. 100 HP, every little bit counts. Feels like that needs to be the hero that they're going on every single time, but Menu Ping is positioning
Take the gank here. Once again, Menu Ping, they haven't jumped the Iris. They're taking so much abilities to bring down the Underlord. They'll finally be able to do so successfully, but VT Faded is going to untouch for the team fight. So continuously to slow him down. Gotta be cautious though, going to a DD on Arjit. They found the initial stun, perfect timing on the LSA, and they don't have the answer like Ragdoll do with the Ire to keep the hero alive.
Radiant's middle tower
getting beaten on. Be a little bit careful about sticking around if you're Execration, and even though the God Strength expires, they're going to have plenty of damage to be able to take
Radiant's
this
middle
out.
tower has fallen.
If you're against this Beastmaster lineup and you're level on towers, you're pretty tough.
Very much so. I really thought that with Execration, with the vision, they would be able to... Actually, BT Faded? Iron does have relocate.
Oh,
you gotta pick out there. They're all grouped up for this Dark Rift. Maybe they can kill it before Gang shows up, and they will be able to do so. The relocate as well, not fast enough. Freaking kill. They're probably happy with at least trading carry for carry, considering
that was one of the rounds. They're going to find Io. That'll be good if they can get Menu Ping.
There's the initial stun, followed up from the Earthspire. Radiant a little bit too late to be able to protect him, and Bob's going to end up falling. And now the damage, it doesn't seem to be there for Execration. It's Arjit still. They are not targeting the Io. You've got to kill the ball of light, otherwise you are not going to go through anyone else.
And it's going to become even harder eventually, where he's going into the Ghost Scepter. So even if you're able to get in onto him with the Riki, to be able to negate a lot of the damage that you're able to dish out. It was a rare misplay actually there for Menu Ping, of course. Still good positioning after the fact to be able to turn the team fight around, and well, it helps that they're not going on you, but ended up using the relocate, meant that he had too little mana to use the mechanism. So even after the tether gets onto the Sven, didn't have the HP burst to be able to save it. Look, that is BKB finished up for VT Fate. He's got the Ogre Axe coming out to him as well. He's very capable of surviving and thriving in all of these team fights. That God Strength, they want to use it. They'll probably look to make a play around the top side of the map. You know, one of those games where it feels like a T1 tower top. You're fine to take it, but it's just going to trap.
Oh no, Void Spirit.
That wasn't even a double zap, still the single.
And top lane, somehow Dire are controlling the map with their vision to a superb rate than what Execration are with a Beastmaster. And a Riki too that can just provide information with him roaming across the map with the invis. I'm so thoroughly impressed with how Ragdoll have been able to set up their wards to enable, you know, some of the pickoffs and just, you know, sniff out these deep attempts to bring down the Ragdoll heroes.
Low on mana on Arjit, so... And then I'm sure that's the next key timing that Ragdoll are going to look to go. BKB on Yulina. He's just going to stick around this triangle and still get this stack up, I don't believe, but it'll still be plenty.
Looking real strong right now. Lena, like you were saying.
Radiant's bottom tower.
The Grofo, right? All he needs is one right click, and then suddenly that Laguna finger combo is even more effective.
Oh, Radiant. Their hands are going to be revealed as soon as no one's defending bottom. The tower's already falling pretty low, so the Roshan's already falling pretty low, and they should be able to find it before Dire get nearby. They've used a lot to take Roshan. They're actually going to stick around. Tino jumps instantly, but he might just give away to the Aegis. Manta, oh, nice shooter, but just gets out of the pin, and he's back to safety. Now with the backline, Soulbind shoes up the eye, and it's pushed away, so they break the tether. A beautiful play coming through thanks to the Soulbind and Raging Potato. Big kill, BT Fader. That's actually brought back, so they've relocated the position into the fight, and there was no escape, unfortunately, for Menu Ping.
They committed so heavily onto that Roche as well, making sure to drop everything. As soon as they got that Ancient Black Dragon, of course, I mentioned before, the Vlad's Aura, not amazing on many of their heroes, but it just provided them, if that Roche, if they didn't have that, Roche takes probably another 5 seconds, and that's all that Ragdoll will have needed to be able to make that response to it, even with the Mass Serpent wards being dropped down. So key timing coming through, and yeah, they were able to finally get some kind of win, some kind of advantage in this.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And we'll see what they can do now with the Aegis advantage on Execration. You know, Ricky's not the greatest carrier in regards to helping you siege. He's got the sleeping dart though. So I wonder if this is going to be a good way to, you know, kite the Sven, maybe the Lina as well. Do you feel like...
it doesn't even need to be kiting the Sven, right? Like, if it's a hectic team fight, you can even just use it onto the Io,
yeah,
and then move away from the rest of the team, right? Because he always wants to be tethered together with the Sven, trying to give him that extra bit of movement speed, give him, you know, of course, the sustain coming through passive.
See, UI smoke just get popped. Sleeping dart again, going on the Underlord. It's a difficult task, but they're doing a decent amount of work at the moment. Target through the Ricky, initial stun, Soulbind onto the backlines, both the Lion and the Lina. That's a lot of their damage and control if they can target them down, but James still, at least he can get the ability to lock before he dies, and Arjit's also keeping his life at the moment with the BKB. He's going to look to turn, controlling the Ricky. A disastrous fight at the moment for Execration. They've separated VT Faded the river with a reshot, a long duration. It's not going to matter. VT Faded. He's so tanky that they can't even go through him without any other heroes, and Artino as well. He'll finally be able to clean up. So Sven will be punished there. GY won't get that last little tick of damage, so... all in all, though, probably not the fight you were hoping for Execration.
Bounty.
A couple of times now that the Sven's been able to go from the rest of the team. He's not quite tanky enough. He popped the first BKB usage, but they were able to focus with that Mass Serpent wards to be able to bring him down. Very slight misplay coming out there from GY as well. Popping the Hawk just in time, so that when the Atos came, Hawk instead of Raging Potato himself, and to walk away. Going into the wild axes as well.
On the okay. I wonder. So they.
Honestly, I'm not a beast master, so I think that was just a bit of a meme meta. But you know, if it's still a niche pick, I'm happy if it comes back. Anything to prevent the full-on zoom in.
It was a 25 talent. It was 4%. Wild Axe's damage that they changed for the 30-second cooldown for the Primal Roar. So they pretty much just swapped the those talents there. Okay.
My path leads to riches.
Like you were saying, anything that can get you slightly away from the meta, from the zoom meta. But moment, I guess you can. They've gone all in with the Serpent wards. Include the Serpents in the little zoo that they currently have on Execration. They're looking for their cross-map smoke.
Snakes are people too.
Just depends who we're calling out here. I didn't know we were being, you know, roasting people on live.
Not calling anyone a snake. An ultimate
person.
Anyway, you've got the... Shut up, Wombat. We've got the Lotus Orb being built up by G1. Well, that's going to be incredibly difficult. That Esports starts to come on. Now the Io actually like coming out from menu ping, just sitting down there on his own. And that Lotus Orb, as soon as you see the Soulbind hit onto anyone, you know the Roar's coming next. You know that Shadow Shaman's going to look to try and get the Shadow.
Another one. Double sleep dart. Lina and Underlord slept up here and will give them ample time to bring down GY. And now Archer's going to be caught out as well. She's got so much attack speed. Now with the BKB is wasted. It's not the worst Serpent Ward placing as well. So, though they don't have creep, so never mind.
It is the worst, by far the worst. But the force stuff absolutely necessary there coming through from James. Otherwise, they would have been caught with either the red
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
His kamikaze dived on, but he's on the tier 3 high ground. Or they would have had the secondary sleeping dart to be able to catch the Lina as the BKB ran out. So it just goes to show how much of a linchpin this IO is for every single one of their team. Think about it. Every time that it
is jumping again. Gem's going to look to disrupt, but it doesn't matter. They've already brought down the Lina, and they'll instantly answer the line as well. They might have to try and protect him here with some buybacks, although VT faded and menu ping getting to this instance of GY. They don't have the numbers advantage at the moment, so they'll look to try and reposition back, but VT faded, trying to lock onto a tower. He doesn't have the eye over the shackles out. GY is going to look for the dark crypto away. VT faded, can he keep his life long enough? He can.
That was the Crimson Guard doing that, and again, GY just right on target with the use of the ATOS there. He tried to guess correctly, but ended up hitting a Void Spirit Illusion, who luckily enough had the Illusion Rune bottled, so it wasn't quite as... The strengths, of course, of the Underlord. Again.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Start of it. IO. Like 4 team fights now haven't gone their way, and it's all because he was either picked off first, wasn't there. And it's not even all his fault, right? Sometimes it's just an overextension coming through from the rest of the team.
Do you feel like Execration is showing signs of life, where as the game goes on, they have a way to answer Ragdoll's lineup? Because I'm still worried how they can play late game. Like, you've got a lot of scaling potential.
Real nice, giving the Cloak of Flames now over to the Underlords, so not even having to sacrifice your armor or being able to withstand a lot of this damage coming through from the Void Spirit.
Radiant
push on forward. I mean, the thing that tells the tale for me is the fact that even though they've been able to bring in the net worth differential that was sitting at around 9k previously, it's only around 3 or 4 at the moment. The experience is still sitting at about a 10k advantage for Ragdoll.
Under attack.
So you just
trade the tier 2 tower though.
So you still feel like Execration are going to happen as the game goes on?
They're on the back foot, but the fact that they've been able to take out this tier 2 tower means that they probably won't have the freedom to take the outpost, but it opens up that next Roshan.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
The shard on the Void Spirit could be quite nice.
Just big Tino, just pop BKB. They've got a great ward nearby as well. Tino's got to be careful. Instant Hex starts a little bit too late. They should be able to prioritize the Ricky.
Just
blow into oblivion.
Right underneath an Observer Ward, and yet the Ricky just...
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Yeah, he was trying to D-ward fast enough. He was late on the BKB usage because of the instant Hex, and you know, I guess the main thing was the Phantom's Embrace because of the travel time really cost them a big kill there. They are only going to lose a tier 1 tower top, which is not the worst objective, but it's still going to lessen
around Roche time. It's pretty good.
That's what I was just going to say. It's definitely going to lessen some of the Roche control and a potential TP factor.
You reckon movement speed is the issue for VT Faded? Because he opted to go for that instead of the extra Warcry armor. Maybe just being able to get back to the safe arms of your IO is the big concern for him. I always picked up Gem. Just really want a lot of this vision around the Roche pit, making sure that they've got the full advantage when it comes to information around this pit. A minute away.
I feel like the Radiant are not as heavily physical at the moment. So I think you're just, like how you were saying, just trying to continue with the movement speed and not get kited in fights is going to be a big factor here for the Sven. I mean, he's almost got Satanic as well, so that's just another way to increase his survivability. He's very, very difficult to kill. But again, I don't know if I have still confidence with how they haven't really shown the capability to find menu ping and burst him down in fights, because we haven't really seen the IO have that clutch X factor as much through the past like 10 minutes, but we saw it a considerable amount through the early game, so we'll see if it's going to get easier for Execration.
And I guess the other thing is that you've got the Crimson Guard as well, the Underlord, right? So that's 12 seconds of effectively the similar sort of role that it's playing when compared to the Warcry. You know, there's a lot of little things hitting you at the same time. You know, the Ricky's going to have the Manta popped. You've got the Serpent Wards hitting it onto you. You've got the Beastmaster units. So I feel like that's going to be like a pseudo Warcry. And then you've still got the regular Warcry on top of that.
Now, my issue with Raging Potato going for the axes, it's nice that it's magical, firstly, because you speak about the Warcry, so some not physical damage against the Sven, but I feel like Ragdoll have like a lineup that's just going to obliterate you instantly. We've seen the double zap come into play. The Svens are definitely one of the best carries just to burst the hero down from 4 to 0. And, you know, Beastmaster wants these drawn out fights, so it's interesting that it's kind of itemized into this.
Yeah, I mean, he wants to obviously be sitting back away from the Sven.
I don't know if they want GY. They're going to try and force them maybe to tunnel vision to protect the Underlord. And, oh, let's relocate down the defensive factor. It does seem like they're making an attempt, like showing their hands, jumping the Underlord, and then seeing what Ragdoll are doing afterwards if they're, you know, going to compromise their position just to edge closer to protect him.
Silver Edge now available though for Ajit. 20 for fiery soul damage. They're able to burst through targets so easily. VP Faded is caught by this dagger here. They're actually finding an initiation onto the Ricky.
Relocate on cooldown, keep in mind, Roars out, protecting Tino. They're actually just going to try and bring down VT Fade at the start of the fight, but again, they haven't dealt with the Ire. A great block at the Serpent Ward, never the Dark Grip. They need to try and bring it down before the ultimate away. They will do so. So still a big kill nonetheless. They don't get Iju, who survives on a slither of health, but Execration somehow in some way killed the Sven.
And that was with the Crimson Guard pop, with the Warcry used as well. So much survivability, but unfortunately it's not be enough. Now, was the... Okay, he only just picked up the Lotus Orb. I was about to say, did GY... did he not have the quick enough reflexes to use it as soon as that Soulbind went off? Because I feel like that's going to be a key factor for these next few team fights. Execration brought themselves back into this a little bit further.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
The shard. Ripstroke's holding on to it. Okay, he's going to finish it up.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they gave it to Void for a second. And...
bad at all on the Grimstroke. You know, you consider against the all the stuns that they've got right now on Ragdoll, plus just the brute. Finally, the net worth starting to tick back in favor of Execration. It's still less than 1,000 net worth, but even the experience starting to level out a little bit.
Feels like still I'm comfortable with Ragdoll's lineup as the game goes on, but Radiant are doing an exceptional job. They might be able to jump the Ires from the team. Utilizing their ward advantage, Tino jump down. Still they've got... if they could get the gem off the Underlord, then I'd be a lot more confident with Radiant. I think this gem is still going to be a big issue. Just one for the Ricky, and I think how the importance of vision is going to be as the game goes on.
It's going to be even harder now that he's got that Lotus, right?
Yeah.
He's bought it up, so he doesn't have buyback, I guess, but still going to be a rough one. As what's Potato board? Dagger actually had a lot more gold than that previously. Still not opting to go into the Blink Dagger, but I suppose again it's all about just taking out this IO, removing a lot of the survivability potential coming through. Certainly got the lineup that's able to quickly join in. Dagger on the Grimstroke, on the Shadow Jump. How many Blink Daggers do they have? I mean, 3 plus a Ricky, who's basically got a Blink, and the Voidstrew, who's basically got a Blink.
Radiant. Another smoke to connect to Dire's triangle.
Not very effectively here, though.
He's on the front. You cannot take the fight now in Execration. They're actually going to try. So a lot of damage on the backline. Both ultimate charges now used, and GY just instantly looking to Dark Rift away. Maybe this will give Radiant an opportunity to take the tower, but they're actually just back to the tier 3.
But not gone.
If they might have gone for the smoke there.
You gotta be so cautious.
Faded's got to move that quarterstaff back into his inventory as well. He's fighting one item down.
Jump deep again on GY. Showing the hand of the low damage at the moment of the Underlord. Is going to try and protect, but they're not on Archer. So Menu King won't keep his position too alive, and now they can try and deal with the Underlord. Gem dropped on the deck. Io out of position as well, as there's no escape from the shackle control. As they do lose Ragey Potato, but a 3-for-1 you take any day of the week.
Dire's middle tower is under
He
attack.
lost the gem. He ended up selling the quarterstaff there, so still not going to be enough for buyback. Have to pick up that blink dagger, but maybe could that have been the extra damage needed in that team fight? Probably not. But maybe you pick up the beast fight a bit earlier.
They don't have iron for the Sven. He's getting brought really low, and in fact, he might just die.
No buyback.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
He knew they had the gem.
Well, they can push relatively well with the Thunderhide. It's definitely not the greatest. Serpent wants up in 20. They might get a second lane. Actually, probably not. Underlord's up in 15.
No. The Execration we're talking about, they are not hesitant about trying to take as quickly as they can. You know, they want to push their limits as much as possible. You can look to just leave that range race, let the creeps do the majority of the work. Here with Bob, even if he's the one that gets gone and they try and burst him down, he's got the Aeon disc ready. Pocket.
Okay. So get full set mid, ranged up top as well. Someone's got to go back and defend the tier 2, and that they will on BDZ. Age is going to tick out, but I'd say Radiant have gotten more than they were expecting out of this second Roshan of the game.
That's exactly what you want. Aesthetic cap on both teams. They've only picked it up on Execration's side. Give that over to the Beastmaster. Get gone on the Cloak of Flames is nice, but I feel like the status resistance is what you want to be able to turn around, get that primal roar off. It probably is the difference with being able to survive for that little bit of extra time and get 2, even 3 wild axes off can be enough damage to burst through all the physical resist that Ragdoll have, man. Man, just a single swing of his sword is enough to take down a huge creep wave.
Now, Radiant have to be cautious here. I've got a great ward on the higher gun that scouts out Bob. He's going to be super fast with his Aeon Disc Assemble. They have so much burst potential on Ragdoll to go through it.
They're there, though.
Alright.
They're there.
Oh, no, don't clump up. BT faded. See that blink. Some further and further away from the protection of the tower. That's a
They both know that vision up there. Playing accordingly around it. The Hawk scouting out.
Just let the other lanes push in. Mid's almost inside the base. They're going to have to go back eventually.
Someone needs to. It's probably the best one to do it with all of his movements.
This is a really hard siege with how they're set up. They're going to try and jump the Underlord instantly. He's super tanky. That's not enough, though. They've got it to the stage where they can burst through the Underlord, and now BT faded. Stepping on forward, he'll be able to rip apart the Grimstroke, but simultaneously after the high they'll kill off the Lion as well, with the buybacks coming into the fray. They're going to try and jump the Lina. Menu Ping showing his hand at the moment with the relocate. It's not fast enough. Again, bringing down Arctic before he can get any defensive abilities off of Bob as well. What a timing. Assemble of the Aeon Disc will keep himself alive. They get back to safety though. Lord's the target. Tino actually trying to hunt down BT faded. He's burning low here. They should be able to go through him. No synchronic. They'll be able to bring him down, and now with the buybacks, he doesn't have it on the Sven. Cautious how deep they want to dive.
VIP, Tino still needs help. See if he can play around with the Invis forced up deeper and deeper. In fact, he just wants blood. He's getting healed back up thanks to the kills, and they've had enough. No buybacks available, and RG will call it quits.
Radiant.
I'm pretty confident with my prediction.
Yeah, okay.
To be able to take this one, but.